Recording in progress.
Aló, aló. Check. Uh,
तिम्रो आयो तिम्रो
check.
860. Passenger station 5, check.
Check. Check. Check. Check.
प्रकाश दाइ
मेन हाम्रो यही हो
प्रकाश दाइ मैले बोलेको फेरि त्यही गएर फेरि मलाई रिटर्न आउने रहेछ नि त
Check.
मैले यो दिएछ नि यसको अफ अफ गरिदिनु न
त्यसको अफै छ
मिलाएको थियो
त्यसको अफ छ अफ छ
यसको यसको
यसको अनि त्यहाँ फेरि रेकर्डिङ त चाहियो नि त पछि पछि
होइन यो अफ गरिदिनु हो कि
यसको मात्र अफ गर्नु पर्यो
यसको चाहिँ यसको चाहिँ अफ छ यसको चाहिँ अफ छ
यसको अफ छ
त्यो होइन यो ल्यापटप हो
यो जुमको भयो जुमको साउन्ड हामीलाई आउने भयो
यो भयो यहाँबाट यो अफ हो ल भयो ठिक छ
Check. 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 Check.
अहिले ठिक छ
Check.
Short sound play गर्नु त 85. 805 sound check.
805 एकचोटि बोल त त्यहाँबाट
Hello, hello, good morning. यो पार्टिसिपेन्ट चाहिँ गर्दा पार्टिसिपेन्टमा एउटा लोकेश
त्यो म्युजिक चाहिँ
फेरि बोल त
म्युजिक चाहिँ अफ गर्नु त
फेरि हजुर हजुर एलियन कि छ
sound check.
तपाईँकोबाट अडियो आएन
यहाँबाट दिए हो
ल ल त्यो त आएन
अहिले ठिक आएको थियो त
Sound
त्यो
check.
म्युजिक चाहिँ अफ गर्नु त एकचोटि ऊ त्यो ल्यापटप म्युजिक अफ गर्नु न
800 yeah.
ल्यापटपको चाहिँ अफ गर्नु
805 sound check.
राम्रोसँग बोल त एकचोटि आइसक्यो
Hello.
ओके
सुनेको भन्नु माइक युज गर्नु माइक यो अफ गर्नु
और तुम्हारा सब
Okay. We are listening you. Okay, fine.
यो फेसबुक लाइभ हो
चेक माइक चेक
लेभल ठिक छ
Hello. Hello, 802 sound check. You motor 801 sound check. Hello, 806 sound check. त्यो
Hello. कै साथ छरियो बल्दो यो सान हाम्रो तातो र चन्द्र सूर्य सङ्घी निशान हाम्रो जिउँदो रगत छरियो बल्दो यो सान हाम्रो तातो र चन्द्र सूर्य
Hello, mic check. Hello.
Thank you to the talented A-level students from Global College International for welcoming our distinguished guests and esteemed participants in such a mesmerizing way. Your performance added a vibrant and enriching touch to our event.
Namaste, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th Global International Conference 2023. This annual gathering by Global College dives into the heart of global agendas, addressing swift changes in the professional and economic sectors. We are here to highlight the crucial roles of academia and economic sectors as centers of excellence, to highlight and push for research integration to elevate educational outcomes and enhance academic quality.
Our mission is clear: foster dialogue, pinpoint challenges, and introduce innovative approaches in management, IT, education, and economic practices. This conference unites Nepalese and international experts, scholars, practitioners, and policymakers in a single dynamic platform.
Get ready for insightful discussions and, yes, a convergence of brilliant minds. Welcome to the 5th Global International Conference 2023, where ideas spark, connections form, and progress takes center stage. I am Suprabha Usal.
And I am Amita Pandey.
We would like to welcome you all on behalf of entire Global International Conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we gracefully transit into the formal segment of our proceedings, it is my distinct honor to welcome our esteemed conference chair, Professor Pushkar Bajracharya, to take his seat on stage. Professor Bajracharya, a senior economist and a former member of National Planning Commission, brings a wealth of expertise to this gathering, and we acknowledge his significant contribution to the academic landscape. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Bajracharya.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We are thrilled to have Professor Devraj Adhikari, another leader in the field of higher education. Having held distinguished positions as professor and dean, Professor Adhikari is currently the chairman of the University Grants Commission, Nepal. We respectfully invite you, sir, to take your seat on the stage as chief guest, adding your wisdom and presence to this momentous gathering.
As we continue this momentous occasion, I would like to draw your attention to another distinguished presence as distinguished guest at the conference. We are delighted to have Professor Nand Bahadur Singh, Vice Chancellor of Midwest University, gracing us with his esteemed presence. His remarkable contribution to academia and the unique distinction of being the first Nepalese researcher accredited with a PhD under a Japanese government fellowship underscores the significance of his presence, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. In the spirit of continued excellence, let us also welcome our conference chief, Dr. Khagendra Prasad Oza, a gold medalist, renowned academician, and leading entrepreneur, also the chairman of Global College Groups, to join us on the stage. Dr. Oza, your invaluable contributions to the academic sector have left an indelible mark, and we're honored to have you today, sir.
Following this, I extend an invitation to our Deputy Conference Chief, Dr. D.L. Puri, to be on stage, the Managing Director of Global College Group.
Moving on with the sitting ceremony, with great pleasure, we extend an invitation to Professor Suresh Manandar, an AI scientist with 35 years of experience, to take a seat as our esteemed guest of honor.
Let us applaud as we invite Professor Tesfaye from Ethiopia, a distinguished figure in higher education and mentor at various American and international universities, to take your seat on stage.
Thank you, Professor Desfaye. Equally, we are privileged to welcome Dr. Elis, who represented the United Nations across various countries. We kindly request Dr. Elis to be seated as our guest of honor. Let's give a big round of applause to all our guests of honors and distinguished guests.
Similarly, our esteemed presence is graced by Anton Maslov, Director of Russian Science and Culture. We request you to... He could not be here because of his unavoidable circumstances. So we are moving ahead with the next.
On the same note, we maybe invite Mr. Abdullah Muhammad, a representative of the UAE Embassy in Kathmandu, to take his seat as our guest of honor.
Let's express our gratitude for tireless effort in organizing this conference to Dr. Subhash Shrestha, the Principal of Global College International. We would be honored to have you seated on the dais, sir.
Similarly, ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Clara Podol from Hungary, to take her seat on the stage.
Moving ahead, we have Dr. Rudy Van, the Principal Social Sector Specialist from the Netherlands. We request you to take your seats on stage.
He will be joining us.
And he will be joining us shortly.
We are also truly honored to have such a distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Jose Alberto, a Portugal-based specialist in banking, strategy, and international relations, to take a seat as our keynote speaker for the Global International Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, also please join me in extending a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Ms. Petkarat, to take a seat on the stage. So she will be joining us soon.
Moving ahead, let us extend a heartfelt welcome to the esteemed individuals joining us today. We welcome the Board of Directors of Global College and Associates and request you to take a seat in the first row. Likewise, we also request our session chairs to take your seats on the first row. Similarly, we are delighted to have International Advisor Professor Himachalan Dasraju and his team joining us online today. We are delighted to have Professor Chandra Rizal, Executive Director of Midwest University, to take your seats on the first row. We also invite Dr. Noor Bahadur Bista, Principal of Uniglobe College and founder of Global College, to take your seats on the first row. Also, we request Sanjeev Shrestha from Cotiviti to join us on the first row. We would also like to mention that Cotiviti is one of our major sponsors of the event.
Also, we would like to invite on the stage MU Dean Noor Bahadur Rawal sir to be seated on Deep Bahadur Rawal sir to be seated on the stage.
And we also request Professor Narayan Paudel to Registered Professor Narayan Paudel to take your seats on the first row. We also request Professor Sudeep Thakuri to take your seat on the first row. And he is the Dean of Science and Technology.
I would like to request Professor Narayan Paudel to please be seated on the stage, sir.
Moving ahead, we also request Binay Kakurel, Director of Global College Group, to take his seat on the first row. Likewise, we would like to welcome our conference coordinator, Dr. Devraj Paniru and Dr. Samir Kharel, Associate Conference Coordinator, to take your designated seats.
Thank you so much, everyone. Similarly, we extend a warm welcome to our program directors and coordinators from Global College International, research presenters from various countries including Nepal, faculties of GCI and staffs, our participating students from Global College and other organizations, as well as our media personnel. We kindly request each of you to take your designated seats. And let us also not forget to thank our sponsors, UGC Nepal and CoTVT, who have helped us to make this event a grand success.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we express our gratitude to our esteemed guest, I invite Dr. Khagendra Prasad Oza, our conference chief, to warmly welcome our conference chair, chief guest, and distinguished guest with a presentation of bouquets and khadas. We kindly request our volunteers to assist in making this moment special.
Now for extending a warm welcome to our distinguished guests, continuing with our program, we now invite Dr. D.L. Puri, Deputy Conference Chief, to welcome our guest of honor and keynote speakers with khadas.
Thank you everyone and our volunteers for adding a touch of warmth and hospitality to our event. Now, with our great honor and reverence, we proceed to the inauguration by lighting the lamp. I would like to invite Professor Devraj Adhikari to lead the ceremonial act and request our conference chair, Professor Puskar Bajracharya, our distinguished guest, and our conference guest on the dais, seated on the dais to join them.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Now, in a display of unity and respect for our diverse backgrounds, I request everyone to rise for our national anthem.
थुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली सायो थुङ्गा फुलका हामी एउटै माला नेपाली सार्वभौम भई फैलिएका मेची महाकाली प्रकृतिका कोटि कोटि सम्पदाको आचला वीरहरूका रगतले स्वतन्त्र भूमि शान्ति भूमि तराई पहाड हिमाल अखण्ड यो प्यारो हाम्रो मातृभूमि नेपाल बहु जाति भाषा धर्म संस्कृति छ विशाल अग्रगामी राष्ट्र हाम्रो जय जय नेपाल।
Thank you everyone. Moving ahead. To extend a formal welcome to our esteemed guests, delegates and speaker, on behalf of the 5th Global International Conference, we would like to invite Dr. Subhash Shrestha, the Principal of Global College International, on the dais.
Honorable senior economist and management expert, former member of Planning Commission of Nepal, Conference Chair Professor Dr. Puskar Bajracharya, Chairman of University Grant Commission and Chief Guest Professor Dr. Devraj Adhikari, Vice Chancellor of Midwest University and the distinguished guest Professor Dr. Nanda Bahadur Singh, guest of honors, eminent international speakers, paper presenters, participants, organizing team members, and sister concerns, Global College of Management, Global School of Science, Liberty College, Uniglobe Higher Secondary School, Uniglobe School, Valley View School, Uniglobe College, media partners, ABC News and Silapatra. A very warm welcome to this 5th Global International Conference 2023. It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as the convener of the 5th Global International Conference titled Emerging Discourses and Practices of Management and Technology Integrations for Innovation, Sustainability, and Forward-Looking Development. This conference, bringing together the brightest minds from 15 countries, promises to be a vibrant platform for the exchange of ideas, knowledge, and experiences. The conference is expected to serve as a platform for exploring the dynamic intersections of management and technology. The topic for this conference holds immense significance as we believe it is the need of an existing world, thereby demands a call to action, a pursuit of solutions, and a commitment to shaping the future of innovation and sustainability. Like every year, the conference spans across 2 days, featuring an inauguration session, keynote addresses, parallel sessions, and panel discussions. As we embark on this intellectual journey together, I encourage you to actively participate, share your thoughts, and engage in meaningful dialogues. Let us collectively contribute to the emergence of new discourse and practices that contribute to the collective wisdom and propel societies towards positive change. Excuse me. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the advisory board, organizing committee, scientific committee sponsors, institutions, companies, and volunteers who have supported this conference. Your dedication and support have been instrumental in shaping this platform into what it is today. Although we try our finest to be professional, on behalf of Global College International, please accept our sincere apologies should there be any inconveniences that occur before, during, and after the event. May this conference be a source of inspiration, collaboration, and enlightenment, paving the way for a future where management and technology integration lead us toward innovation, sustainability, and forward-looking development. I thank you, everyone, and let the 5th Global International Conference 2023 begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Subhash Shrestha, for guiding us and extending a warm welcome as the convener of the conference. Now for the roadmap of the exciting journey that awaits us. To set the stage for the conference, I invite Dr. Devraj Paniru, the Academic Director of Global College International, to provide an overview of the 5th Global International Conference.
Thank you, our very dearly and dynamic students of MBA, Suprabha and Amita, for such a wonderful anchoring of this event. Thank you so much. We are really proud of you. Conference chair, very honorable personality, the mentor, Professor Pushkar Bajacharya. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Devraj Adhikari, the Chairman of UGC. Distinguished guest, Professor Nand Bahadur Singh, the respected Vice Chancellor of Midwest University. Guest of honor on the dais, Conference Chief, very pioneering and forward-looking personality, Dr. Khagendra Oza, the Chairman of this entire Global College Group. And keynote speakers from 15 different countries, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais on the rows, the guests from MU, Midwest University as well, and also the other academia and corporates, and their very international research presenters from India, Nigeria, and also my mentoring personality, I have to name him. He is also joining online, Professor Himachalam Dasraju, and associated team from 26 different countries who are also joining online this time, attending this conference. Indonesian Professor Toulouse Tambuman and so many other personalities. They are on the Zoom. And international advisors of this conference, as well as participants, delegates, and co-TVT sponsor, also UGC as our supporting academic partner, and delegates, media personnel, and all technical team, and my colleagues from Global College International, And I think I've forgotten also convener, our very dearly principal, Dr. Subhash Resta. First of all, I also would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to this very august meeting, august program, which is 5th Global International Conference. Yes, since my role is to speak something about this conference, so I would like to draw your attention, why this conference, why conference at Global College International as the academic institution. So, why conference, as this question is there, I would like to draw your attention to Global College International's policy. Global College International, by policy, as an academic center of excellence, which is its policy, and also its practice and profile in Nepal, has actually, this visualizes us its quality-driven profile, which is a quality-driven benchmark institution. So the point is, as a quality-driven benchmark institution, we cannot help without connecting the curricula with the corporates, without connecting our curricula with the practices, and without connecting our curricula with the research events. So I just have to say that as we have taken this policy and striving for the quality deliverance of education, because academia, higher education, especially higher education institutions, they have a very big responsibility to address the needs of the market, today's market, demands of the today's market, and confronted with this need, with this expectation, with this as a problem as well. We cannot help without connecting with the resource, without connecting with the expertise, and without also getting collaboration with the corporates and practitioner industry. So on that very juncture, and we can see that after the pandemic, context, there are the disruptions in the market, there are the disruptions in the economies, there are the disruptions in the systems. So after this situation, it has been very essential for the academia like us, I mean to say the benchmarks that are quality-driven academia, to think about and to be updated with what emerging discourses, which are what emerging models and what emerging practices are evolving in the market. That's very important for the academia to understand. So on that very situation, Global College International started the conference, the culture of having conference from 2019, back in 2019, for the last 5 years. So this is the 5th international conference. So the point is, I will also try to explain why its relevance, what is its relevance later. So on that very departure, we started the conference, and we are at this point with the 5th international conference. Now the next point is why we have this theme, the agenda of this conference, like emerging discourses and the practices of management and technology integration. Why this theme is there? This is second question which is connected with the conference. So I said, as a quality-driven institution, it is very necessary that Global College International must have conference amongst dozens of skill-focused and also practice-focused and learning-focused programs and events. So like I have to say, if I have to speak out, for example, we are the only private institution partner of Erasmus Plus, funded by European Union. And even this time we have renewed with that partnership, which is a sort of training and development program, and it's a research development program as well. So likewise, on that very juncture, we have this conference. Now the next point is why this theme is adopted this time. Last year we had paradigm shift. We talked about the paradigm shift. So the idea behind why this emerging discourse and practices need to be taught today, the only point is that number of discourses are emerging in the global economy and business landscapes, which are very much diverse and which are passing through the disruptions. A kind of rift has taken place after the pandemic gaps. Then on those very junctures, it is necessary that we as academia, our job is to understand. First of all, our job is to verify, our job is to witness, and our job is to explore and then assess, and of course then to create new discourses, new practices, new skills and to enhance the new acumen in our workforce today. Because we academia cannot just help, cannot just do with disseminating the information from the textbook. We have to remain connected with what is happening in the market and what those demands are there in the market. For example, if I have to speak just a few instances, like AI is taking place. Nearly 68% of the even production industry in the developed economies, 68+% industries are now being dominated and driven by the AIs and the digitizations. So the old structures, for example, the central structures, the physical structures of our economy, of our academia, of our systems, of our finances, of our bankings, and whatever the management that we are involved with and we are concerned with, those old structures are not going to work. They are now shifting themselves. If the structures are shifting, can we remain aloof and can we remain unconcerned without shifting our approaches, without shifting our practices? This is a question here. So this has been it is very necessary that these new approaches and the practices are to be explored. But how we can do that? We cannot just do by only being virtual either, because there are lots of lies that happen behind the virtual curtains. So it is necessary that we come together, we converge on a single platform which is physical and at the same time which is very much dynamic and virtual on a hybrid model. That's what we understood, that we need to talk, we need to bring an idea regarding what new approaches and the practices are there to integrate our management practices, management systems. Like if we talk about, for example, nowadays we're talking about the blockchain systems that are happening, and we also talk about the data-driven decision-making systems in the management field, and there are lots of such discourses that are emerging, but we can't just understand them properly without sharing with each other and without coming together. So that's the reason back in March, we started with the preparation of this conference, like calling for paper, then of course, hunting and exploring the experts and the researchers and many things. After we decided this theme, this agenda, brainstormed with our even advisors, international advisors, and expert people, and all the mentoring personalities who are behind us. Then finally we decided this theme, that it is necessary that today we talk about new discourse. What are the new discourses from the knowledge, from the research knowledge? What the researchers are actually they are bringing to us? That's very necessary. And what the corporates and innovative academia are also talking about. And there are lots of layers that we had to be together with. So here now let me come back to the conference, the relevance of this, to understand and to explore the discourse and the new practices, and also to determine those practices today, new skills, to determine the new skills that will obviously do good for the humanities. We needed the policy speakers. We also need the thought leaders. We also need the researchers, research mentors, and obviously learners, junior researchers, students, faculty, and all that. So here you can see this 5th International Conference is now a gathering of all these layers. So let me draw your attention to how this is happening here. Like at the inaugural ceremony, you can see we have the thought leaders here. And we are being guided by our thought leaders. The deliberations will take place soon after this. And then we have the keynote speakers who are also delivering their research knowledge and their experience and academic knowledge through the keynote sessions for 2 hours. And then we do have next keynote session tomorrow as well. So keynote speakers coming from different academia and different countries will be delivering their research and also practice-based knowledge. Finally, we have the researchers. We have the senior researchers and also the junior researchers presenting their research paper. Research papers are the ones that are bringing the proven knowledge, and that is being shared and discussed. And finally, tomorrow we are having a policy discourse, which is like a panel discussion. There also we are being graced by the thought leaders For example, we have the MPs coming here, the foreign ministers, and also the ambassadors, at the same time private sectors like FNCCI and so. So likewise, we needed to have a multi-dimensional knowledge here. We needed to share, and then finally we have to document this knowledge and then disseminate it to the governments, of course disseminate it among the practitioners. Therefore, this conference has a great relevance, and of course the presence of such brilliant minds from 26 different countries now joining online, and also 15 country nationals joining here. This speaks its relevance and its significance itself. So for this, I think I have given the overview of this conference. So for your time, for your quality presence, gracious presence, I also would like to thank you all, the dignitaries from MU, dignitaries from UGC, and all other academia and corporates. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Poneri, for guiding us through the roadmap and providing a comprehensive event overview. Before proceeding with the conference speech, I kindly request our speakers to abide by the time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a gracious welcome to Dr. Ellis, a distinguished professional with over 2 decades of dedicated UN service. We request you to be on dais and share your insights with us.
Distinguished participants of the 5th Global International Conference, a very good morning to all of you. As you have heard, my name is Alice Akunga, and I stand here today as the UNICEF representative in Nepal, and I represent children because UNICEF is the UN organization with a mandate to protect the rights of every child everywhere. We work across 190 countries, and Nepal is one of them. And we have been working with the government and partners to look into the issues that affect children and therefore improve the well-being of children, ensuring that their needs are met and that we can look into the child rights issues and give them a good start in life, but opportunities that everybody can be able to excel and explore their full potential to be productive citizens of our country. And therefore, I'm very delighted to be here to represent the constituents who are children, but also to speak to some of the issues that affect children, and therefore the essence of the conference in terms of embracing technology to find solutions to some of those issues and ensure that by embracing technology, we do not exacerbate the digital divide, particularly to those very vulnerable and left behind. This conference brings together, as we have been told, academicians, researchers, thought leaders, policymakers, media, private sector, and students, and all professionals from different walks of lives, and also from different countries. To exchange knowledge, to share their interdisciplinary expertise, and also explore new strategies in managing the complexities of emerging trends of the 21st world, with a particular focus of using innovation and technology for sustainability and forward-looking development. So what are these complexities? And why do I stand here to speak on behalf of children within this conference? Among the various issues that we have seen impact the world, one of the major ones is the issues of climate change. This is impacting especially the people with very many disasters that are happening, whose impact and effect on people and children is quite high. And climate change and the disasters that we have seen, the expansive effects cannot be underestimated. Environmental pollution, biodiversity, and all the loss that comes with it has created a planetary crisis. And children are on the front lines bearing the brunt of all the effects of climate change. Nearly every child is currently facing exposure to disruptive climate hazards, including mega droughts, including heat waves that are very intense, and extensive flooding. A staggering 1 billion, or half of the world's children, are classified as being at extremely high risk, facing a deadly combination of substantial exposure to climate hazards and a lack of essential services and knowledge to assist them in coping. So as the climate crisis and its associated disasters inevitably escalates, the most vulnerable children, specifically girls, those with disabilities, and those residing in the poorest and most remote communities with limited resources, will bear the brunt of the consequences. Digitalization, which is a major focus of this conference, has also brought significant global challenges. The widespread adoption of information and communication technology is an unstoppable force, which is impacting every aspect of our lives, from social to emotional to economic, and in all manner of ways. But it also comes with opportunities. And the question is how we harness the opportunities by protecting humankind, and particularly children, and harness this inclusively within the digital technology for a transformative and agenda that prospers people and also prospers nations in a very inclusive manner. Without expanded access, it may exacerbate existing divides already, leading to a digital divide, particularly among those who have, or between those who have and those who do not have. And therefore, the big question is how can this technology be inclusive to give opportunities to all, be it young children, but also be it all segments of society, for a very equal opportunity, but also an equal way to prosper mankind. Over the past few decades, migration, or the movement of people, both internationally and in country, has increased dramatically. It is fueled by factors such as easier travel, increased access to information, and the pursuit of better livelihood or living standards. Migration encompasses diverse groups involving girls, boys, men, women, and even entire families. And this cuts across various economic backgrounds, presenting both opportunities and challenges for societies and individuals. The economic drivers of migration are prominent, but its impact extends beyond economic factors, altering the structure of families and affecting children in various ways, including those left behind, migrating with parents, or moving independently. Children on the move encounter danger, detention, deprivation, and discrimination on their journeys at destination or upon them. And again, the big question is there a role of technology in this issue that cuts across diverse groups, but also for the very vulnerable that go out to seek opportunities? From the climate crisis and associated disasters to the proliferation of digital technologies and children on the move, delivering the services and results for children and young people requires us to do more and to do it faster. This is where we need innovation, this is where we need technology, and this is where we need creativity. We need innovation that responds to the world around us and drives impact for children and young people. The children we see today, the young people we see today, they are the consumers of tomorrow, they are the producers of tomorrow, they are the economists of tomorrow, and they are the leaders of tomorrow. Therefore, any technology we speak has to have at the center of it children and young people, and ensure that they can get what it requires today to be able to be prosperous tomorrow, and a prosperous people is also a prosperous nation. The world has set ambitious agenda through the Sustainable Development Goals on health, learning and skills, water sanitation, protection of children, and many other areas. And these areas cannot advance without innovation and technology. At the same time, the world is entering a new era of change, which is fueled by innovation and technology. Influencing this era to address the needs of children and young people and capitalizing on innovation to bring positive change for them has the potential to be one of our greatest accelerators for the world. Innovation without children and young people, leaders of today and tomorrow, will not go far. Therefore, innovation that sources this change and adaptively matches it to help bring solutions to problems is key to delivering results, as well as ensuring our investments go further for a future tomorrow and for a forward-looking, prosperous nation tomorrow. With a strategic innovation agenda, we will be able to tackle some of the world's greatest challenges and have higher impact more rapidly and more effectively. At UNICEF Nepal, we embrace technology, and we are successfully rolling out key digitalization initiatives to enhance service delivery. Just but to mention a few, we are running out learning programs for young people through the virtual connections. We are running out information management systems that can be able to collect information and real-time data. We are running out young digital solutions for the young people, and we are also running out many other initiatives that are embracing technology so that children are not left behind. This is just but to mention a few. These innovative solutions have enabled UNICEF and all partners to deliver efficiently services to those very vulnerable. But these are not enough, and we need more of this. So from this conference, we look forward to hearing more and hearing greater and more areas of opening up that can be able to deliver services to the very needy, can be able to embrace technology, and that can be able to take and tap into the young minds forward in creating new solutions. As you deliberate for the next 2 days and tomorrow during the conference, the use of technology and innovation for sustainability and forward-looking development, I call on all of us to keep the children and young people at the center of all the discussions and deliberations. Without the young people today, we cannot have a better future tomorrow. I also call on all of you to look into innovation solutions that can give us solutions for the challenges that the world is facing today, but more so for the services of those that are marginalized. Many thanks for your time, and wishing you all a successful conference. Danyabad to everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis, for sharing your insights on the ongoing issue of climate change. Now, as we proceed, we have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Suresh Manandar, a seasoned AI scientist with 35 years of expertise. Your wise word on the dais would be an honor for us, Dr. Manandar.
Namaste. Good morning to everyone. So, welcome to this Global International College. So, all the students, all the paper presenters, welcome to this conference. And also, very deeply honored to have distinguished speakers and guests here in the dais. So, I will try to keep it very short. So, firstly, I'll just give you a very brief introduction of myself. So my name is Suresh Manandar. So when I was about like 22, 23 years old, I went to the UK and I decided to study AI. So this was in the mid 80s, and everybody thought that I was crazy, and most of my friends were asking me like, "What is this AI you're studying?" But I really believe that AI is going to be science and technology with unlimited potential. And even about 10 years ago, a lot of my friends and family asked me, you've been doing this for well over 30 years, and what is it? We haven't seen anything, right? And only in the last 5 or 6 years, everybody knows what AI is. Perhaps some of our even grandmothers know what AI is at this point in time. Yeah. So it's been about 4 years since I've been back in Nepal. So during my time in the UK, I did my PhD at the University of Edinburgh, and then I moved on to the University of York, where I eventually became the head of the AI research group over there. So during my time there, I supervised about 26 PhD students, mostly in natural language processing, some in other areas of AI, and I've taught most of the subjects within AI and related disciplines during my time. And since being back in Nepal, I've been involved in a number of different things. Number one, I'm involved in a startup which is focused on AI in healthcare. That's called WISEAC. Also, I'm head of AI research at Fuse Machines, which is just down here, where I lead a small team of researchers in doing new research in AI and building innovative products. And also, I'm honorary professor at the newly formed Madan Bhandari University of Science and Technology in Chitlang, where we are in the process of starting masters by research and PhD programs in AI from next year. So those of you students who are interested in AI, you're welcome to connect with me and ask me questions about AI. So I want to start by saying, just echoing what Dr. Paneru just said, that we cannot just do with disseminating information, right? So the nature of education has changed now, so we cannot just be disseminating information. So I'll come to that point in a second again. And AI, he also said that AI is taking 60% of the workforce. So my question is, is Nepal always going to remain as followers of technology and followers of education? Are we just going to be consumers? Will we ever become producers of the science, producers of the technology in the future, right? So will Nepal also have a unicorn in the next 5 years? So Unicorn is a company that is valued at over $1 billion, right? And India produces at least 5-6 unicorns every year. And even Bangladesh has now started producing unicorns at this point in time. So with that kind of backdrop, I just want to, ask the question. So if we especially look at the IT landscape, what I see is that currently our education is only serving the bottom of the pyramid, right? So what I mean to say by that is, in Nepal now, almost we generate about $600 million per year from IT outsourcing. Yeah. But most of that IT outsourcing work is very much at the bottom of the pyramid. So we are not producing new products or new software. We are only providing coding manpower to companies mostly in the US, right? And because of that, what's happening is that there's a lot of brain drain from Nepal. So all our talented engineers, potential scientists are leaving Nepal, okay? Because we don't have companies which can cater to that, higher skill set at this point in time. And also companies who are trying to build products on the top of the pyramid cannot find the manpower, right? So in some sense, there is a kind of this happy marriage between the educational institutes, which just deliver, fairly lower skilled IT training. We have the outsourcing companies which just consume that relatively low skilled workforce. And then we have the parents who are very happy because their children are getting well-paid jobs. But clearly this situation is not sustainable if Nepal is going to achieve a higher ambition of having a unicorn, having companies which produce new products, innovative products in the future. So I just want to put that to you. And obviously, I think Dr. Paneder already said that having a research conference is definitely an enabler to provide a melting pot for students and researchers to come up with new innovative ideas and try to do something here in this country. So I think it's really important that we aim to build a research culture within Nepal. And we also need to change the nature of our educational delivery. So are we going to continue delivering our education in the same way as before, where we expect students just to cram their knowledge, right? They are not required to think very hard. We are not focusing on critical thinking, and these are really, really important if we're going to move up the pyramid. Against that, I think I just want to also say that, if you look at the new generation, that is the Generation Z over here, the way they consume information and knowledge is completely different to how I used to consume information and knowledge and how education was delivered to me. So the conventional nature of educational delivery, which we are still practicing to a large extent at this point in time, is not fit for purpose. And hence, we need to change the way we deliver our education, right? So now we have the YouTube generation, we have the internet generation. So we need to adapt the way we deliver our education to this new generation. And also, our previous speaker, you mentioned that there's a big digital divide, right? While we have students who are able to look at YouTube, understand the content, and consume that content, we have a student in a rural Nepal who doesn't even know how to access that information, even though that information is available, right? And also, against that, what I would predict is that AI-driven education delivery will become dominant in the next 2 years. So you will have AI assistants which can just take your textbook as input and produce an AI tutor as output. So this is going to happen in the next 2 years, right? And then we have the digital divide. So how are we going to, connect all these dots? So this is a really important question for everybody to think about and try to address. So I think I just want to close by saying that, we have to think about all of these problems. At the same point, the effort involved in organizing this type of conference is a step in the right direction to address this divide, to build a research culture within Nepal, which is so, so important. So please enjoy and interact with all the experts available in this conference. This is a unique opportunity for us. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maninder. Definitely in this rapidly growing AI world, we definitely need to be updated and research culture should be maintained. So now may I humbly introduce Professor Nanda Bahadur Singh, Vice Chancellor of Midwest University. We look forward to hearing your conference speech on the stage. Your esteemed presence would be an honor, sir.
Distinguished Chair, Professor Pushkar Raj Bajrachari, Honorable Chairman of University Grand Commission, Professor Dr. Debraj Adhikari, who is the leader of all the Vice Chancellors in Nepal. All distinguished guests on the dais, academic community, administrative staff, and my dear friends. Finally, my student and then academic, this mass media personalities. I do not talk much today, as I remember last time we did select the topic on paradigm shift. We are shifting to another topic today. That is the emergent discourses and practices of the management and technology integration for innovation, for sustainability, and forward-looking development. Why do we go on searching for a new topic? As we are searching for innovation, as we are searching for knowledge system. As you know, the university is nothing. University is just for fellowship knowledge, coming up with new ideas, putting them into lab, and then putting the lab into the market, from the lab to the bench, and then to the market. If we do in that way, we have to keep on discussing or talking about so many emerging ideas in the field of academics. Finally, the university are center of excellence from where knowledge comes, and then we make the knowledge more productive and try to sell it in the market so that we make our nation much more prosperous and happy. As you know, in Nepal, we have a national aspiration. The national aspiration is nothing, but the government has already announced Nepal should be a prosperous Nepal and happy Nepali. How to make it materialized? How to materialize this kind of national aspiration? For that today I talk only about the 5 points. I do not go more. Number one, when there is a society, there is a problem. And then society and problem, when the problem comes, the brain, the creative mind of human begins to solve the problem. So we need to talk about the new discourses. We need to talk about the new techniques, new practices, new applications. If these applications are useful for different fields of our knowledge system. According to the UNESCO, we have only 6 knowledge systems categorized. One of them will be the management system. But there are thousands of subjects to get. But if you classify the whole knowledge system of human being, the UNESCO has put it into 6 categories only. But if you talk into the different systems, we have hundreds of subjects today. This is at the micro level. Therefore, the question is, when there is a problem in the society, the human brain begins to think. And thinking about this, throughout the whole history, human civilization has witnessed 4 mega chronological periods. Number one, we call it the pre-mechanical period. That is start from 3000 to 1450 AD, people began to think, because we are talking about the technology integration. Technology is there, people began to think about the perspectives of pre-mechanical way. The second period starts from 1450 to 1840. We call it, it's a mechanical period. Time begins to reduce. Third stage is electromechanical type that starts from 1840 to 1940, almost 100 years. And then begins the fourth stage, that is the final, we are running on this way today. We call it the electronic period. It starts from 1940 onwards. Within this, there is a lot of development, a lot of innovations in the field of science, technology, IT, and so many things, try to put it into the management aspect. And what we are doing, when there was this kind of things, we have to mention a person. We call it Thomas Alva Edison, who started the global industrial laboratory in the United States, began to invent and they began to promote the business concept through the incubation system he set up in his lab. When he did it, he innovated so many things, held 1,093 patent rights in his lifetime, the largest in the world today. But he was not personally given the Nobel Prize. His innovation has really changed a lot in the field of the management. There is the big technological integration into human society. Our university emerged into new areas. The discourses were there, applications were there, practices were there. And our new system based on digital system today, we call more artificial intelligence is there. Dr. Suret Mahananda talked about. At that time we didn't have anything. Few years ago we had only 15 billion parameters artificial intelligence machine. Today we have 175 billion parameter AI. You know, GTB you have today? You can write so many articles within few minutes, better than human brain. Do you believe that human brain is superior to machine or machine is superior to human brain? This is a big topic today. When you try to talk about the technology integration, always we have to think that human brain should be always superior to the machine. Because we created the machine, we put in the system, and then we made the machine. If machine is superior, there is no existent human being. There's a big discussion today. This kind of, when you integrate the society, when you integrate the technology with the management aspect, always you have to put the management system under you by the use of the technology. You should not be under the technology integration, under the artificial intelligence. You have to create, that is artificial, we have the natural intelligence, right? Natural intelligence, artificial, which is better? Of course the natural is better. Therefore the question is, this is very pertinent thing the university should go through. This is one thing. The another thing in the aspect of the management, you have a list of 4 stages of innovation. First, you will have the ideation. Through the ideation, if it is workable, we call today incubation center. We have also at our university, people come from different, our young generation come. The second stage is, if the ideas are workable and viable based on the economic parameters, then second is we select the project, we call it the project selection. Second point. And the third point is, if the project selection is there, then there will be the projects and investment. We look for the people who are ready to invest on it. And then finally, if the product is good, we make it a commercialization outside. We call it the fourth stage, the commercialization. Therefore, these 4 stages, if we talk about for the management and other things, Again, we need the discourses, we need the, the practices, we need the research in the lab, try to relate to the market. This is the thing. And today, let me tell you, I am happy to announce to the right, I am representing a university. It's a federal university located in the remotest part of this country. But Suket is not remote. It is much better. It's a beautiful city. It's a valley. It takes only 1 hour by plane, but Karnali is the remotest university, right? So it is in that area. I started the use of the technology integration with the university life. We hired one PhD from Yale University in IT. He led 30 IT engineers, and my interest was to make a completely digital university from the remotest part of this country. We started it 2 years ago, just 2.5 weeks, 1.5 months ago, not 1.5, Sraman Baptist Gati in Nepali, just 3 weeks ago, the whole university is put into the digitalization. We call it MUDAS, Midwest University Digitalization and Automation System is already completed. We have completed ERP system 7 parameter. We have completed MES system. We have completed LMS system. We have completed big 16 to 24 hours robust system setup. Now we have mobile application ready. We can look into the classroom whether there are teachers or not, there are students or not, and we are going to inaugurate it after 1 month. And it has become the first fully digitalized whole university throughout the country in South Asia. We can do it. We can integrate the technology into our life. And we have changed the administrative system, we have changed the accounting system, we have changed the whole management system. And today we have 13,000 students, around 9,000 students, all digitalized system is finished. After some time, 1.5 years, we'll fully upload all data. And then we can make a paperless university in the remotest part of this country. If you have the willpower, if you have the excellent visionary leadership, if you have the excellent spirited team spirit, then if you have honesty, and if you hire the people based on meritocracy, not based on the political domination, you can develop a country. You can use the technologies to manage the management system. Otherwise, if the politics of a nation is at 6s and 7, let me use the word again. If the political system of the nation is at 6s and 7, how can you make a nation or the university to commence on the discourses and the application of the practices smoothly in our universities? Today, most of the reality is this because UGC chairman is here. We are completely putting pressures on the leadership of this country. Let us make our university fully autonomous in the 21st century. If we do not make it, we will have a lot of problems. But I am proud of Global College International. It has given us a hope because of its management. It has given us a hope because of its academic excellence. I would like to congratulate to Dr. Khagendra Oza and his team for this kind of excellent and the brilliant management system. Now, other campuses and our university, their number is going down, but GI is always going up and up because of this kind of management system. So they have started using this kind of discourses and practices of the management, trying to relate it to the innovation, trying to relate it to the sustainability of the UN system, and they are trying to always looking forward. That's why it will be very much useful. And last but not the least, I'd like to congratulate, and for the next 2 weeks, what my expectation is, you should come with the concrete decisions. The decisions should change the mind of policymakers of my country. You have to go to the education ministry or go to the relevant concerned bodies, request them and try to make a change within a certain span of time. So be a herald, be a pipe finder, try to work together, Midwestern with behind GCI. And another thing, you were calling it GCI, let me announce today for your request, Global College International. Global College International. International and global cannot go together. They decided to go either global or either international. They chose to be Global College International, not Global College only. The Global College itself is the international college. And Midwestern University Executive Committee has already decided, and I have a letter brought today. I'll hand over to the chairperson, Dr. Oza. Now you have become GC Global College instead of Global College International. With these two things, thank you so much for inviting me as a distinguished guest. I thank you so much, and I wish your outcome will be very much pertinent and substantial for the development of our country and for making our nation a prosperous and happy Nepali. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Singh. Definitely, we have noted down all the 5 points to make happy and prosperous Nepal. Now, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Professor Devraj Adhikari, Chief Guest of Global International Conference, Chairman of UGC Nepal, to provide a short speech regarding the conference today.
Thank you. Chair of this conference, my guru, Professor Dr. Pushkar Bhadracharya, Vice Chancellor, Midwestern Universities, dignitaries, organizers, research delegates from different countries, distinguished participants, students, media, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly an honor and a privilege to stand before you at this awesome global international conference on emerging discourses and practices of management and technology innovation, sustainability, and forward-looking approach. Being in the presence of such brilliant minds from around the world, we have congregated at the 5th Global International Conference organized by Global College International. Now it is Global College, as VC Sir has already declared, for organizing such a remarkable event, and I wish for the utmost success of this esteemed conference. I am proud to say that Global College has established itself as an outstanding academic institution providing quality education to the aspiring youth of Nepal. The presence of distinguished scholars and professionals from all over the world at this conference demonstrates the significance of this commendable program. I am delighted to announce that this gathering is an opportunity to explore various approaches to managing our economy for the betterment and progress of humanity, especially in the face of the emerging business landscapes that demand new management skills and technology integration for innovation, sustainability, and forward-looking development in the post-COVID era. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer for providing this vital platform that will foster new ideas, insights, and collaboration for the common good. This conference will play an instrumental role in shaping the trajectory of our collective future. In the wake of the global pandemic, we find ourselves at a crucial juncture where the nexus of management and technology holds unparalleled significance. The challenge posed by the recently concluded pandemic have highlighted the urgent need for innovation and resilience in our approaches to management and technology integration. The post-pandemic era is not a return to normalcy. It demands a re-evaluation of our paradigms, a re-imaging of our strategies, and a renewed dedication to the principles of sustainability and forward-looking development. In this rapidly evolving business and economic landscape, the interplay between management and technology has become more complex and conflicting than ever before. Our ability to leverage appropriate technologies for innovation is crucial in navigating the complexity of the contemporary world. Management and technology must no longer be viewed in isolation. Instead, we must foster a symbiotic relationship that harnesses the strength of both fields. The dynamics of management have been reshaped by the advent of remote work, agile methodologies, and an increased focus on employee well-being. Technological advancements such as artificial intelligence and blockchain have not only transformed industries, but also presented new ethical considerations and societal challenges. The conflicting forces of economic impact on an ever-changing interface demand that we become the catalyst of change, steering our organizations toward innovation and sustainable practices. Sustainability must also be at the forefront of our endeavors. The post-pandemic era necessitates a reframing of our priorities, requiring steadfast commitment to environmental and social responsibility. Innovation and sustainability are not mutually exclusive. They are interdependent pillars upon which we must build our future. The choices we make today will have a ripple effect across generations, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure that these ripples carry the promise of progress and prosperity. Today's economy landscape calls for a visionary mindset and a forward-looking attitude. We must not only respond to the challenges of today, but also anticipate, prepare for the tomorrow. As stewards of innovation and progress, we must progress the foresight to discern emerging trends, the agility to adapt to change, and the courage to lead our organizations into uncharted territories. Academic and research conferences like this one provide the best platform for fostering innovation, sustainability, and forward-looking development as they create opportunity for multinational networks among knowledge communities and facilitate collaboration between academia, industry, and global and local practitioners. I have reviewed the conference handbook and have looked at the title of the different papers and their themes that we presented in various sessions. Among these, the session themes that caught my attention include the potential of healthcare in low-income countries in the era of artificial intelligence. It's a very interesting topic. Additionally, the discussion on role of information and communication technology in tourism development, service excellence, and inclusive and sustainable industrialization is also of great interest to both scholars and practitioners. I believe that an exchange of research and experience among the participating countries could be mutually beneficial for all the distinguished participants. Despite being from different countries, our problems and challenges are interconnected and shared. In conclusion, as we navigate the complexities of management and technology integration in the post-pandemic era, let us be guided by the commitment to innovation, sustainability, and forward-looking development. May this conference serve as a crucial for ideas that transcend broader and a catalyst for collaboration and transcend disciplines. Together, we have the power to shape a future that is not only resilient, but also equitable, sustainable, and filled with boundless opportunities. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude for the honor of being invited as the chief guest. My best wishes for the success of the 5th Global International Conference. Thank you. अलिकति कुरा म नेपालीमा राखौँ किनभने अहिले अलिकति अङ्ग्रेजीमा नबोल्नु भनेको कि हाम्रो भाइस च्यान्सलर सरले केही कुराहरू गर्नुभएको छ र हामी मेरिट बेस्ड नै हामीलाई चाहिएको छ सिस्टम, खास गरिकन एपोइन्टमेन्टमा चाहिँ। र सबैभन्दा ठुलो के छ भने विश्वविद्यालयहरूमा अहिले विद्यार्थीको समस्या छ। म केही उदाहरण तपाईँहरूलाई दिन्छु। अलिकति मैले यो राख्नुपर्ने कारण भयो। विद्यार्थीहरू यो ग्लोबल कलेजमा म देखिरहेको छु, राम्रो विद्यार्थीहरू छन्, ट्यालेन्ट विद्यार्थीहरू छन्। पहाडी क्षेत्र र तराईको भागमा पनि विद्यार्थी घट्दै गए हाम्रो। अब जो पनि विदेश जाने, हाम्रा छोराछोरी सबै विदेशमा, अनि हामी कराइरहेछौँ केटाकेटी हाम्रो विद्यार्थी छैन भएर, हाम्रै छोराछोरी गइरहेछन्। फेरि अस्ति म पोखरा गएको थिएँ, पोखरामा एउटा मिटिङ थियो। त्यो मिटिङमा चाहिँ एकजना म्यानेजमेन्ट कमिटीको मेम्बरले के भन्नुभयो भने मेरा 3टा छोरा, एउटा छोरा अस्ट्रेलिया, एउटा अमेरिका, अर्को छोरो चाहिँ यहाँ विदेश पठाउँछ, यहाँबाट विद्यार्थीहरू एजेन्सी खोलेर बसिरहेछ पोखरा भन्नुहुन्थ्यो। ऊ चाहिँ विदेश जान मान्दैन अरे। यो परिस्थितिबाट हामी गुज्रिरहेका छौँ। यस्तो राम्रो राम्रो कलेजहरू छ हामीसित, किन हामी के हाम्रा कारणहरू छन्? यसलाई अलिकति तपाईँहरूले यो अर्को कन्फरेन्स पनि गर्नुहोस्, राम्रै छलफल गर्नु पर्यो यो विषयमा। नभए विद्यार्थी घट्ने भए। एउटा कुरा, सामुदायिक क्याम्पसमा हेर्नुहुन्छ भने विद्यार्थी पनि छैन। हिजो एउटा क्याम्पस म कहाँ आएको थियो, 10 जना विद्यार्थी भर्ना भयो अरे। यो परिस्थितिमा क्याम्पसहरू कसरी जोगाउने? तपाईँहरूले साथ लिएर जानु पर्यो अरू क्याम्पसलाई पनि, अब देखाउनु पर्यो नमुना। भनेपछि यो समस्या सबै हामीले बुझौँ, हामी सबै गम्भीर हौँ र वास्तवमा राम्रै चेन्ज गर्नु परेछ कि हामीले। सैद्धान्तिक रूपले भन्दा पनि व्यवहारिक रूपको चेन्ज चाहिएको छ हामीलाई। त्यो हामीले गर्न सकिरहेको छैनौँ। त्यसैले हामी सबै बुझौँ, मनन गरौँ र केही सोल्युसन खोज्नतिर लागौँ अब। Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Adhikari, for the importance of information technology and adapting sustainability among us. I request our delegates and participants to be seated as we have now Professor Puskar Bajracharya, our esteemed conference chair and senior economist, to share the closing remarks. Professor Bajracharya, your concluding insights would be a valuable addition to our gathering.
Chief guest of the conference, Professor Adhikari, I see the entire family of Midwest University, the Vice Chancellor, Registrar, the Dean, and Professor Rizal, the keynote speakers, guest of honors, Ms. Akunga and Professor Suresh Mananda, keynote speakers, session chairs, participants, representatives, and the global family. I'm sure at the inauguration of this fifth conference, you have been bombarded with a lot of new ideas, old ideas, or the questions. So, I have decided I'm not going to further take you there, though I have a lot of questions as well as answers in whatever erudite thoughts that have emerged so far. I would like to limit a very brief deliberation on the 5 words included in the title of this conference: management, technology, innovation, sustainability, and forward-looking. About the management, being a student of management, I'm actually a student of management, but who in the recent times all spent in researching in the area of economics. I'm only wanting to say, management is one of the youngest disciplines in the world. Just 2 centuries ago, it started. And it's late because the thinking, the premise at that time was, everybody knows management, why study? But the things became complex. We did not have the answers, and now we have to manage everything. Not only the positive effects created by it, but even the negative effects, particularly the negative effects created by whether the development of science, technology, behavior, habits, whatever others, exploitations, mis-exploitations, extreme exploitations, whatever we talk about, from the child, mothers, females, races, to resources. But only my observation is that the kind of curriculum and structure that we have taught so far in the management, from Harvard, Stanford, MIT to Trivandrum University, Midwest University, or whatever the university systems in Nepal are, has not been able to capture, to develop management science, to capture all these kinds of things. And meaning that the development will have to be much faster. We will have to have the answer to extreme poverty, deprivations, deviations, perversions as well. How do we manage, particularly the negative effects generated by the entire body of, it is the same knowledge, it is the same skills, it is the same vocations, it is the same living beings who have generated them. Obviously, technology could be the answer for many of it. But technology is also the source of a lot of other problems. Therefore, if somebody wants to argue, okay, because of technology these things happen, no. That is very naive observations. We need technology, and we know it is going to develop significantly more in tomorrow as well. But we have to make it benefiting not only to the human race, but to the entire living beings, the planet Earth, or the universe, whatever it is. If we do not think about it, the responsibility will have to be inculcated in that thought process. That is the entire argument. And we have to visualize what's going to happen tomorrow as well. But in Nepal particularly, I see that deficiency. We have done a lot of one-time works. Even I have been personally involved. For example, in the estimation of human resource requirement in 1992 in this country, then in 2009, etc., many times. But we stop there. We do not take it forward. One of the worst habits of the Nepalese are, we do a lot of things, but forget a lot of things, and always try to reinvent. There is no innovation. only reinventing the wheels. We do not have the answer to the proliferated problems, challenges the globe has experienced. So now I'm not introducing myself, but one information and asking the question myself. Then you can ask me. I have seen so many of erudite, intelligent personalities here, but I feel personally responsible because I'm associated with 11 academic institutes right now. I have left all others. Only now I am associated with academic institute. 8 universities, 7 in Nepal and 1 in India, directly, including Midwest. UGC, the governing body of education, higher education in this country. And 1 more, Institute of Chartered Accountants. And finally, the global family. 11, I call. But despite that, the kind of thoughts we have not been able to sell it, my own failure probably. So I'm still trying to talk the same thing here. So I want to concentrate in the last 3 words, where I differ it a little bit. Let me start from the last word, forward-looking. All our actions always cannot be forward-looking. Having forward-looking means forward-looking from today, based on what you can visualize for tomorrow, nothing more than that. The forward-looking of the 18th century resulted in 19th and 20th century. And the forward-looking of today, we are going to leave the Earth, planet Earth, with probably more problems, more deprivations, and more challenges. If that is the case, we do not want forward-looking kind of thing. Of course, I am not arguing we have not to be. You might ask what kind of a old person you are. But what I'm trying to argue, as some of the religions have already done them 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago, let's have on all sides, forward-looking, backward-looking, sideways-looking, upward-looking, as well as the downward-looking. Total comprehension is required, including the probable effects of what we do. We know, for example, Ms. Asunga and the UNICEF in general, of course, has been arguing so long for the right for how we should be caring about the children and mothers and all. That has not to be argued. We always know it. But in our practice, we do not follow the same. We know there is all the deviations, unacceptable differences among the races, among the people of different settlements, among the people with different incomes, and among the people of different hues and colors. Is that the destiny of a child? Who is supposed to live with all the expectations? No. Obviously, we have probably some of us, most of us probably have forgotten our responsibilities, our duties, and our concerns. We have not been empathic at all. This is where the education system itself needs to be corrected, and that is why I have been arguing now. I'm going to write a paper here very soon. But this very soon may sometimes take a very long period on total education. So this poverty alleviation and the total education is the only 2 things I would like to pursue henceforth. So forward-looking, fine, but do not forget what we have done well before. Forward-looking, not for another century, another millennium. Humanity or any living beings are not going to be limited to that. Of course, it could be much shorter than that because of your own actions. Secondly, sustainability. Why you have to talk so much about sustainability? So much so that When the UNDP designed, completed the MDGs in 2015, it has to see that our development will have to be sustainable. And therefore, SDG Agenda 2015-30. Of course, I was significantly involved in the MDG process, teaching MDGs in about 40 countries in Africa, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific. But while designing, I at least contributed in 2 conferences or even research survey in terms of outputs as well. The result has been the 17 indicators and goals. But anyway, but the sustainability issue should never have been there. It should have been, in all our action, it has to be sustainable, as I've been talking about. We are not thinking about whether the humanity will last another 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. No. It has to live much longer than that, meaning that the resources, most of the resources we expect it to be exhausted within next 200 years to another maybe 1,000 or 2,000 years. So our future generations should be deprived of this? Definitely no. It is all mainly the actions of the humans, which Yuval Noah Harari has termed as the deadliest creature in the world to take birth. Their actions, our actions, are responsible for us being the climate change, for example, the global warming, and all the ill effects. A lot of UN studies around 90s and the first decade of this millennium said by 2040 or 50, we will have these kinds of problems. Now we already have experienced these problems before 2023. Next, meaning every practice naturally has to be sustainable. And for that, the size of humans, the size of livings, and the way we consume are the most important things. This is where we will have to go back, look into it, and therefore sustainability is not a separate part. It has to be the inherent, integral part of the total actions that we do. And finally, innovations. Again, yes, we don't know what Einstein said is the gods have invented the formulas, living humans to discover them, invent them. And probably we may have invented only a small fraction of all the formulas that gods have written. However, as I have said, it is not the Nepalese alone. The humanity has forgotten a lot of good practices that were there. All the problems you need not innovate. The existing body of knowledge, and here when I say knowledge, skills, and vocations, automatically integrated. Personally, I don't want to differentiate, and the result is less than satisfactory or compartmental development of the human resources. Since we have started disintegrating the education into education, skills, and vocations, some have only knowledge, some have only skills. The two could not be tied. It should have been an integrated package all the time. Another thing that I want to take it further in the total education explanations. So, let me not take much time. Therefore, fine. But now 1 or 2, don't say preachings. Being a teacher, of course, I am used to professing. Obviously, teaching, lecturing. But still, we conduct these kinds of conferences all over the world thousands of times. I must have participated in 500 or more all over the world. But what value addition did it create? Particularly, I am the conference chair for the last 5 years. Now probably we have to think about that. What value addition it has created? If it has not, how can we create the value and take it further? Time has come to think about that. And time has come to make it oriented towards that, geared towards that. because the ultimate is to lengthen the life of the living beings, enabling them to be prosperous, happy, well-being, whatever words you want to use. Personally, I would like to use the word well-being. Every single individual human being must have the well-being. Access must be there. Platforms and infrastructure must be created, embodied in creating that, in providing every single person the access and the reach to that. Otherwise, the global systems are simply incompetent, incomplete. For example, the US healthcare system. Why only out of 340 million, only 320 or 315 million to be precise are only covered by health insurance? Why 25 million? Then the expenses are so high, they have to leave to the nature. They can't get care. In the most affluent country of the world, which claims to have a per capita income of 80,000 US dollars right now, 26.2 trillion US dollars right now. Nothing doing, because it has not been able to reach every single human being. And just talking about 340 million Americans, not adequate again. We have to have access and reach to all the 8 billion. So let's think from that perspective. Let's generate and kindle the kind of thoughts to have answer to these kinds of issues only. Then only we will say the conferences have become successful, our researches have become successful, our deliberation and discourses have been successful. Otherwise, what we will be doing is only compartmental answers. Just the numerical numbers are being attained. UGC will also appreciate you very much because you have done this many numbers of things. But back of the mind, how useful have we become in kindling the opinion, ideas, and therefore the thought-making processes of the individuals and that of the groups to having the empathy to our global resources, climate, children, deprived, and everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bajracharya. Now I would like to request once again our conference chair, Professor Puskar Bajracharya, to hand over the token of appreciation to our chief guest, Professor Dev Raj Adhikari. I would like to request our volunteers to please assist us. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Similarly, I would like to request to provide the token of love to distinguished guest, Professor Nanda Bahadur Singh. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Similarly, to our guest of honor, Dr. Elis. Similarly, Professor Tesfaye. Similarly to Dr. Suresh Manandar. Similarly to Dr. Clara Podel. to Dr. Jose Alberto.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Khagendra Prasad Oza, our conference chief, to hand over token of appreciation to our conference chair, Professor Puskar Bajracharya.
We have token of appreciation to our guest of honors as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause once again to all our volunteers to please bring over the token of love to our guest of honors and keynote speakers as well. So, likewise, we're having a photo session for now. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a big round of applause to all our chairperson, chief guest of our event, and distinguished guests, guest of honors, keynote speakers, and everyone present here. So this concludes our formal program for today. Thank you to our sponsors, UGC Nepal and Cotiviti, and to all the delegates and participants for being such a marvelous audience. Let's continue the momentum from this event into our networking lunch. Enjoy the meal, the company, and the chance to connect with fellow participants. Thank you all. Thank you. Have a good day.
Recording stopped.
Okay, dear delegates of 5th Global International Conference, I request everybody, after your lunch, please proceed for the keynote session in the hall. Conference hall on 9th floor, GSS building. I think my voice is reaching out there on the ground as well. Please proceed towards the hall. Now we're going to start the keynote session, which is very much intellectual session and really a core session of this 5th Global International Conference.
Recording stopped.
IT personnel, please check out the Zoom link and an online participation. Volunteer committee heads, please ensure the participation of the students who are supposed to participate in this session as well. The program very soon on time.
Recording stopped.
Okay, without much ado, we really have to commence our program on time. So this time our participants are also there on the ground and also at different places and online as well. And participants are about to come in the hall. So by the time everybody arrives to the hall, I beg to start the program. So I'm informed that still a few participants are eating their lunch. So 2-3 minutes delay and then we will commence our program, obviously. So by the time the participants, yes, arrive in the hall, let me set the tone of this session. We have two keynote sessions for 5th Global International Conference. The first one is today. We're going to start the keynote session now, and for next 2 hours, we will give audience to very intellectual personality speakers, eminent speakers from different countries. A few of them are here physically, and a few of them are joining us online too. Then next keynote session is tomorrow, starting at 10 o'clock, together with the guest of honors from our affiliating university, Midwest University. Even Professor Narayan Paudel, he is the registrar of the university, is there also. And likewise, we have then next, after this, parallel sessions. 5 parallel sessions are being delivered by the researchers from India, Nigeria, and also Nepal and different academia. And then 2 parallel sessions will be delivered, will be attended by our own research presenters, students of MBA and BBA at Global College International. So this is some briefing regarding this, how 5th Global International Conference will move ahead. And the last session of 5th Global International Conference will be panel discussion tomorrow. So we have also arranged the panel discussion live on ABC television of Nepal, moderated by the anchor of television itself. And so tomorrow we'll be meeting with the policymakers, at the same time practitioners from the private sectors, so together with us as academia. So I think it's time that we have to commence our keynote session without much delay, without much to wait now. I can see that our intellectual scholars, our students, also faculty researchers are coming in the hall. At the same time, we also have our dignitary speakers joining us. So now, with this opening, first we have our international advisor, chief advisor, Professor Himachalam Dasraju. He is joining us from India right now. And he is the chief international advisor, at the same time has been a very instrumental figure for all the global international conferences from the first to now. So to talk about him, he's a retired professor of management and very much grounded on the entrepreneurship. Especially he talks about the women entrepreneurship as well. And this time, as allotted, as assigned, he is going to give an overview of the theme. Why this theme? How this is connected with, let's say, something we want to explore regarding the integration of management and technology. So without speaking much, I would like to leave this floor to Professor Himachalam Dasraju. May I welcome you online and then deliver your 10 minutes overview speech, sir, as our international advisor. Over to you, sir. Professor Himachalam Dasraju. Can you please unmute your system, sound system? We are still not hearing, sir.
Thank you, Professor Devraj. I am audible.
You may need to unmute your sound system there.
Yeah, I unmuted.
Please check that your sound system is.
Hello.
Your microphone is working.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear, but very feeble voice. Could you please
Hello.
raise your voice, sir?
Hello.
Yes. So, I leave the floor with you, sir.
I am audible.
You are. Please go ahead.
That's great. Thank you, Professor Devaraj Paneru, for your wonderful introduction. It is so nice of you. It is my privilege and honor to associate with these Global College International Conferences since 2019 as a participant, delegate, or as a speaker, and so many roles rather. Thank you for your nice introduction. Respected Professor Pushkar Bajracharyaji, Kajendra Vijay, Dronalal Puri, Subhash Shrestha, and Devraj Paneru, conference coordinators, distinguished chief guests, special invitees, panel speakers, session chairs, participants across the world, research scholars, students, and organizing committee of college, Global College International, the Nepal. Good evening, all of you. Sometimes good morning and good afternoon. It's my great pleasure today to associate with this event with the great the occasion that is being created by the Global College International. At the outset, I am very much thankful to Pushkar Bajracharyaji, conference coordinators, and the management of whole GAC team for making me part of this event, and also for having chosen right topic and off topic to deliberate upon with the galaxy of eminent speakers of repute throughout the globe. And it seems these keynote speakers are spread across the world and drawn from different countries, more than 12 countries, I feel. So, dear friends, in a fast-growing global economy, as we are observing, technology transformation is a rapid strides beyond our imagination, beyond our expectation, leaving big challenge to the organization. These new challenges and changes and the adaptability of the in the organization is toughest job, toughest challenge forever. The devastating impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the economies, human life, and human development, disruptions in living conditions of the people, employment, economies, trade and commerce, and the supply chain disruptions across the countries are immeasurable and irreparable. It made a policy choices to determine across the countries to build the resilient, greener, inclusive, and more sustainable development tomorrow. That's why it is the responsibility of each and every organization and country to look on this, how to discourse and how to plan, how to develop a strategy for management decisions, and how to integrate the technology in an effective way, in a more productive way, in a more crucial way, in a more the fruitful way for the development of the overall economy of our world rather. So to catch up with the emerging growth opportunities and to save economy, people, and environment, the countries, more so developed countries, would have put the economy on the right track by adopting new economic and business strategies, technologies, and integrating it into its business operations. The countries across the world are now looking forward to a new kind of challenge, new kind of technology to build a robust digital-driven business environment. To the drive towards digital transformation and a greater use of disruptive technologies may affect the business practices rather. So these changes we are observing, I won't take much time because I am having only 10 minutes of time. The eminent keynote speakers are there. They will speak upon very important and crucial areas of the latest development in technology front and also business operations rather. The companies are recognizing the employees who are adaptable and willing to evolve and learn to new skills what the new digital economy requires today. The technology which we are having, knowledge which we are having is no way useful, rather it should be changed according to the changes that are taking place throughout the globe. So because of technological revolution that is taking place and that is changing the entire face of global economy rather. But integration of new technology is not that much simple as we expect. It is inevitable to adopt a big challenge, and a big challenge to face as well. It requires thorough challenge and changes in the organization in terms of culture, knowledge, activities, and so on. New technology often disrupts establishments, routine and workflows, leading to resistance among employees who are comfortable with the system rather. Why? Because the new system is changing the very knowledge base. That's why even employees should change their knowledge, change their attitude, change their behavior, change their work culture towards latest changes and developments and challenges which are coming across the world through this technological advancement and its integration to our business rather. It is observed that there is shortage of the critical talent, employee retention, healthcare of human resources, data resources, and its preservation, security, cyber crimes, and so on. So things are coming into picture because of this technological revolution and the changes that are taking place in each and every part of the business rather. Emerging disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, blockchain technology, IoT, etc. are very much in the business arena rather. The Google CEO very recently, last month, he made it clear that artificial intelligence will be the biggest technological shift, the bigger than internet. Over time, artificial intelligence will be the biggest technological shift we see in our lifetime. It is bigger than the shift that we have taken place from desktop computing to the mobile and other related the latest devices, and it may be bigger than the internet itself. Further, it needs to focus more on upskilling of the workforce. That is very much essential rather. Whatever the knowledge base and skill and expertise and experience is having by the employees are not at all suitable, not at all sufficient. They have to change their mindset and knowledge base as per these changes that are taking place. Therefore, there is an urgent need to focus on emerging management practices and technology integration for innovation, sustainability, and forward-looking development rather. It is need of the day to resolve the issues of business management to build a resilient, the green, inclusive, and sustainable economy. A new strategies should be adopted more efficiently and effectively to reflect the present trends to create a resilient economy across the world, keeping in view the various changes, developments that are taking place rather. So some of the important areas to focus is technology transformation and innovation, digital economy and adoption of new technology, emerging technologies in marketing, management, finance, HR, banking, and entrepreneurship, hospitality, health and tourism sector, and so on and so forth. Efficient management of business and the effective global integration is order of the day. Nurturing young entrepreneurship and technology adoption is very crucial. the managing ICT and technology-based emerging areas like the fintech, gig economy are upcoming areas, and accordingly we have to fine-tune our business operations rather. So we know very well by 2030 around 600 million jobs are going to be are required to absorb in the world population. That's why accordingly we have to move forward, say by upskilling the youngsters and enhancing the skill base of the youth who are the real pillars of the economy. We have to get it ready for that. We have to get it ready the global challenges of the technological transformation and changes rather. So my sincere advice to the institutions and organizations, maybe request, consider it as a request, are to focus on nurturing human resources, more so youngsters, their well-being, make them access to emerging technologies, make them knowledgeable, make them ethical, make them honest, and make them committed to the inclusive and sustainable development of any country, and no exceptions to a beautiful the Nepal rather. In this regard, my dear friends, the UN is very much focusing on MSMEs and young entrepreneurship rather, because this sector is going to say touch upon more than 90% of employment opportunities and other related aspects of sustainable development goals, 17 sustainable development goals to be achieved by 2030. So that is the reason why each and every country should focus their business operations in such a way to cover at least some part of these sustainable development goals. Then only it is possible at least to reach up to 70 to 90% of the total, the targets which we are having by 2030 rather. Today, we are having a galaxy of speakers to speak on various aspects of the conference theme. At this juncture, I am leaving it to the eminent speakers to speak on various issues, challenges, and opportunities thereon. Hope it will stimulate new idea, new areas, new technology, new skills, new mechanism, new strategies, and new business the arena which are the dire need of the day to promote and promote the economies of developing countries in general and Nepal in particular rather. So with this few remarks, I wish the conference a grand success with the fruitful academic deliberations, and before concluding this one, so I request all the keynote speakers as well as the delegates to try to focus on a solution-based deliberations, and better to have a fruitful deliberations which are very much useful for taking a policy decisions in order to promote the developing economies like the Nepal. And I request all the delegates and also keynote speakers to focus on that, and this exercise should give some kind of benefit, say, to the Nepalese economy, and that will be very much useful for the development of entire economy of the Nepal. And I wish the conference a grand success with fruitful academic deliberations, and I wish you and wish you all the best. And over to Dr. Devaraj Paneru to proceed the panel discussions. I thank one and all, and mostly to the keynote speakers to be taken up the task. The galaxy of keynote speakers are there. Professor Frank Spillers, UK, Professor Jose Alberto, Portugal, Professor Clara Prodel, Hungary, Professor Lara Maye, Ireland, Professor Lisa Jack, UK, Professor Magnet Jørgensen, Norway, Professor Piyush Tiwari, Hong Kong, Professor Stanislaw Jekyll, Poland, and Mrs. Fitzgerald, Hangtuk, Thailand, and Mr. Rudy Lewis from Netherlands. So I wish all the best, and once again, I thank the organizers for having given me a wonderful opportunity for giving an overview of the theme of conference before this keynote sections rather. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Once again, all the
Thank you, Professor Himachalam.
all the stakeholders of Global College International, more so Professor Pushkar Bajracharya Ojaji, and Dr. Devaraj Panneru, and so many. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our International Advisor, Chief Advisor, Professor Himachalam Dasaju. Just to be very brief, your message, we take it with us that we have to bring the solutions, not just the problems, not just address the problem, and it's essential that we change the mindset in order to have the innovation sustainability. Thank you so much. It's a very relevant overview of this keynote session. So before I proceed, calling upon the keynote speakers to speak, now I proceed towards the seat-taking ceremony. First of all, may I have this honor to call upon once again Professor Taspia Kesela to come on the stage, and please be seated on the stage. Now as the keynote speaker. Yes, Professor Kesela, please take your seat on the stage. Likewise, I take this honor to call upon Miss Petra Charat Hantuk from Thailand. Yes, she is the data business analyst at IBM in Thailand, and also she keeps visiting Nepal. Yes, thank you so much. Please take your seat. Your name tags are there over. Likewise, the third keynote speaker we have physically present is Dr. Rudy Louis Hendrikus van from Netherlands. So may we have you on the stage to take your seat as the keynote speaker. And yes, online also we have a few keynote speakers. So I call out the name Frank Spillers from UK. He's joining us. IT team, can you please make it sure that he is over there? So might be joining at his session as the session starts. Most probably it's too early in the UK right now. Okay, and likewise we have Professor Piyush Tawari from Hong Kong. He's also joining us online. May we have this honor to call upon Professor Taos from Hong Kong, Piyush Tawari from Hong Kong. Okay, so he might be joining later. And likewise, physically we have here Dr. Clara Paudel. She is the MD and also PhD, and a medical doctor as well from Hungary, but she is now Nepalese citizen. She is in Pokhara, resided in Pokhara. And yes, can we have this honor to call you on the stage as our keynote speaker? And yes, for today, last but not the least, very honored person, Dr. Jorge Alberto Pereira from Portugal. He made it out to travel from Portugal to Nepal. Actually, it's just a gap of, I think, 10 to 12 years, 12 days. He is again coming back to Nepal for this conference only. Thank you so much for doing us this great honor. So now, without speaking much, I really take this honor, and I'm delighted to call upon and request Professor Taspia Kesela, our mentor professor, please come on the podium and deliver your keynote speech.
Thank you so much, Dr. Panneru. Okay, ji. Forward. Okay, distinguished guests of honor, distinguished keynote speakers, distinguished organizers of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, I feel honored and privileged to come to this country for the third time. This is my third time. The only thing I didn't do is I have to learn to speak Nepalese. I would like to start by thanking Global College International for inviting me to be here as one of the keynote speakers. and also as a guest of honor. When I received the invitation, I was at the time in the United States, and I received the invitation from Dr. Dave Panero to join this special occasion. And as informed that I can be invited as a keynote speaker, I said, what am I going to speak about? Then I looked into the title, and there is the word technology in it. So the word technology attracted my attention. Oh, okay. I'm a user of technology, and I can say something about technology. So I start reading. I'm not a technology expert, okay? Now I'll tell you, now I'm talking about AI in front of a person who is an AI expert. And I was chatting him, I was teasing him. I said, I'm going to make a blunder. Don't say anything if I make a blunder, because he's an AI expert. I'm so delighted that our friend, the keynote, the AI specialist, let me not mispronounce his name, Suraj Manhandhar, correct? Yes. It's very nice to connect with people, you know, with such expertise. So I'm not an AI expert, but I'm going to say something about the development or breakthroughs of two things that attracted my attention, and this is AI and robotics. Would you like to hear about AI and robotics? Okay. All right. Let's say, upon reviewing the literature on this subject, I noticed that experts in the field have identified 5 major areas regards to future trends of technology in which we will see big change that will affect our lives. These are computing power, smarter devices, datafication, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. Since technology covers a wide range of topics and areas of specialization, and due to time limitation, I have chosen 2 areas which I thought, as I said, that I will be discussing. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to start with artificial intelligence, which the experts have classified into 4 major types, namely reactive machines, limited memory, theory of mind, self-awareness. You may kindly refer to the detailed explanations of these types, and as I said, if I make any mistake, please don't hesitate to come in and correct me. Outstanding uses of AI may be, according to the experts, may be highlighted as follows. Artificial intelligence will have a big role to play in health and education by working in collaboration with human intelligence through developing models, systems, operations that are complex and difficult to be realized by human intelligence alone. 2, experts agree that by 2030, artificial intelligence will be an essential component of day-to-day company operations, assisting individuals in their creative activities, producing new ideas, and solving previously unachievable technologies. 3, according to Peter Diamond, who published in 2022, the cost of specialist machine learning processing is falling quickly as worldwide demand rises. Specialized AI chips might cost as little as $5, enabling economical AI for toys, appliances, drones, video games, you name it. 4, according to Gartner 2022, specialist chip sales for AI have increased. They have increased from 8 billion in 2099 to 34 billion in the current year of 2023, thus creating employment opportunities for hundreds of thousands of people. Appliances will respond to voice instructions, with speech recognition and anticipate your demands, predictive algorithms. I've already witnessed a friend of mine who's using Siri. I think the Siri is now common. Siri, you can have a Siri at home and say, turn off the lights, and Siri would turn off the lights for you. And you can ask her something and she can talk back to you. That's currently being practiced, and my friend has a gadget at home. Okay, 7, in the field, autonomous vehicles may be able to drive better than humans. So after a while, we don't need to bother. All you have to do is program. You just chip in, I want to go from this place to this place, and the car will just drive you. You just sit there and relax. Okay, in the field of medicine, in medicine, it is predicted that without AI confirmation, diagnostic results may not be accurate or may not be suspect or accepted. So in the future, because AI can be so accurate, it plays a key role in. In education, experts anticipate that the market will reach over 25.7 billion by 2030 from about 1.1 billion in 2019. And its use include enhancing curriculum development, managing enrollment, conducting global classrooms in different languages by using translator tools, assigning projects, and so on, correcting papers, and so on. So most of the teachers here, you don't have to worry much about it. All you have to do is have a gadget, and then it will take care of the teaching, correcting the papers, and so on, and you can use the extra time to do something else, maybe create new programs and stuff like that. Doesn't that sound nice? Okay, now let's talk about the challenges and problems and possible dangers of AI. Dangers of AI? The experts wrote that there could be a danger in AI. Okay, let's see what they say. The most talked about risk in which experts agree on and labeling the concern as possible danger is we might end up accidentally creating AI which can outsmart human intelligence and take things in its own hands to the extent that it might even make technology work against us. Now, don't be scared now, because humans can still control it, don't worry. We are in the good hands of experts like you, okay? Make sure that technology doesn't take over our, okay? Okay, other concerns which may not be considered as serious as AI outsmarting human intelligence include job losses, creation of biased algorithms that may lead to discriminatory results, volatility of financial system disruptions, cybersecurity, threats and surveillance manipulation resulting in invasion of privacy, only to mention a few. Artificial intelligence can really intrude in our private life because they have the control of identification and all that. They can. But let's pray that it wouldn't happen. All right. Robotics is the second topic that I wanted to talk about. Okay, I didn't say much about AI. I hope during the progress of our conference, someone will talk more about it. But it's just, I would say, a tiny drop in the ocean that I said about artificial intelligence to give you some idea about it. Now, robotics. Robots can perform so many things that humans can. They can teach, cook, and serve, fly planes, drive cars, perform surgeries, and in the near future, and even go to war. We already have drones being used all over the world, so yeah, we use drones. Even in my poor country, Ethiopia, they are using drones now to fight in some areas. They use drones. They program them and use drones. Okay, Bunker 22 listed 10 things that robots can do for us in various areas, such as education, taking care of household chores, like cooking, vacuum cleaning, providing health care by interacting with patients, detecting criminal activities and keep us secure, serve as co-workers by performing tasks through voice recognition systems, and do a number of similar activities. And I will quote one other. Okay. Well, as one other on this subject reported, among these incredible projects as Orpheus, there are many technical terms actually, robotics and AI. Orpheus, robots from the Woods Hole of Oceanographic Institute, WHOI. Orpheus is designed to explore underwater regions between 20,000 and 36,000 feet below the surface. The data and images these robots will help scientists study the deeper corners of the ocean, which we haven't been able to reach. So we can go much, much deeper into the ocean and find out through the use of robotics. Orpheus could pave the way of exploring other planets and moons suspected to have water on them, including Saturn's moon, Titan, and Jupiter's moon, Europa. Robots could very well discover alien life. They can also discover alien life on these worlds. So we're talking maybe about what, 50, 60, 70, 100 years before these things happen. Okay, coming back to education. The educators, we are educators here. Back to education, it's anticipated that our future teachers will be robots. As I said earlier, here is a quote from another expert. He said, in the future, teachers and instructors may be robots. At CES 2020 and Something Stars Lab announced a groundbreaking project called NIEN. The project consists of lifelike AI models with unique personalities, specialties, and even full physical appearances. The neons are still in a very early development, but Samsung hopes that one day they will take everyday role of teachers and instructors and all that, okay? Currently, robots are already performing so many of the tasks mentioned above, despite the fact that some are in the early stage of development. The time when we can go to the store and buy robots which specialize in specific skills is not very far. So we go to a store and we say, I want a robot. What kind of robot? A cook. Okay, costs you so much. So they give you a cook. You take it at home. And then you program it. And what do you want to eat? Chicken masala. You program it, it will prepare you, and by the time you get home, it will be ready. I would like to have a small robot. I would call the TK for my name. Okay, testify, Sala, Professor TK robot, which I can command. Hello, how are you doing? I'm fine. Okay, I will be home in about 2 hours. Can you please prepare me a nice chicken masala or something like that? And then by the time I'm home, it will be ready, and I can save the time to do some other things. Okay, I'm almost done now. Sorry for the boring speech. Hold on. Okay, technology is there. Okay, technology is there. It's a matter of a few years before we see all these things. In order to do some justice for the conference team, the conference team of managing technology and integration, allow me to add a few more sentences addressing the areas of technological trends I mentioned above. Computer power. Data science researchers hold that computing power has already established its place in the digital era, with almost every device and appliance being computerized. The 5G is already here, as we are all aware, and you can imagine how powerful the 6G, which is being developed, can be. It's expected to be in use by some countries like USA and China by 2030. This development in computing power will obviously help educators in managing programs, refining the existing interactive video conferencing systems like the one we watched today, give lectures anywhere in the world. You can give lectures. It would be clearer, it would be more interactive, and so on. Now, we have gone so far, but imagine in about 5, 10 years where we can be. All right, smarter devices will use several devices ranging from smartphones to printers to smart this, smart that, smart, all kinds of smart. Datification, as one expert observed, datification is a modification of human chores and tasks. Okay. All right. Even technology, from smartphones, industrial machines, office applications, AI-powered appliances, and so on. Machine learning is another area where this is considered as a subset of AI, actually. Experts predict that AI, machine learning, and automation will create 9% of the new US jobs. In US, one of the biggest economies, it's going to gradually create about 9% of the total by 2025. To sum up my brief presentation on this paper, for which I already made a tiny drop in the ocean, as the expression goes, technology has been, is, and will be transforming our lives in ways we can hardly imagine today, but it's going to be a reality tomorrow. We in the developing countries, like mine and yours, should keep our eyes open to technological development. Earlier, some speakers were saying about the divide of technology, between the poor countries and rich countries. But we have to be really very awake, very alert, and make sure that we use technology so that the difference or the gap between the rich and the poor countries like ours won't be much, and they don't take advantage of us. And thank you for your patience.
Thank you indeed, Professor Kessler, for your very data-driven deliverance keynote speech. Obviously, you connected the advantages and also the negative impacts of the AI and the robotics. Yes, of course, it's not just a drop in the ocean. A droplet is here to be a seedling and then grow into the plant, and that's for sure. It's a great speech. Thank you so much, Professor Kessler. He has made it out on the way from Ethiopia to travel to Nepal and on his own funding. Thank you so much. That's a great contribution, sir. And hereafter, may I have this honor to call upon the second keynote speaker, Ms. Petacharat Hentuk from Thailand.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Paneru. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and participants. Let me introduce myself for just a bit. My name is Petrat. I am currently working as a business analyst at IBM Consulting Thailand with my main focus on banking industry. I've been around in this industry for almost 6 years now, mainly involved in digital transformation projects that involved AI, blockchain, and RPA technology and more. Today, I would like to take you to explore an impact and strategy of digital transformation in the context of Thai banking industry in digital disruption era. So what exactly is digital disruption? It's the arrival of new technology that transform traditional practice of the bank and any industry, of course. This era also creates a competitor for traditional banks as well. For example, tech giant like Apple's, they launched Apple Credit Card, if you heard, and fintechs company and startup company. This means that unlike in the past, that banks have to compete each other for the fish in the ocean, but now they have to compete with new entrants that enter to the very same ocean as well. So what happened when Thai bank realized that they cannot operate as like in the past? Banks start to launch, began to streamline and automate processes from client-facing to back-end operation process as well. And this is the part that digital transformation comes to play its part in Thai banking. How digital transformation crucial for banks? It's make banks to remain competitive because there's so many startups, so many fintech companies that ready to take their part. As customer today want banking to be easy, fast, cheap, and accessible from everywhere. And apart from that, I would like to take you to the journey of digital transformation in Thai banking. Okay, but could you please proceed the slide to, yes, thank you. And before COVID-19, many banks have launched mobile banking applications and internet banking platform and applications that responds to the customer needs. For example, one of the largest Thai banks have launched an application that helps customers to open their accounts in only 30 minutes for juristic clients, and in 1 minute for individual clients as well. Additionally, they offered a variety of products on mobile banking applications, such as they sell insurance in banking applications, and they also sell concert tickets on mobile banking applications as well. By doing this, banks believe that they can attract more customers to onboard on their applications and grow and expand their business and grow their customer base as well. Before COVID, Thailand, together with policymakers in Thailand, for example, government and Bank of Thailand, have joined hands and create an initiatives called PromptPay and QR PromptPay to lay a foundation of digital banking in Thailand. And then after COVID-19, this event have affected people, and the number of online transactions have increased from 135 to 250 per person per year during COVID-19. And together with the government stimulus package that offered money via digital wallet, have accelerated the adoption of digital payment among all age group of Thai people, from the young to the elderly. And then what next? What next after Thai banks already have a foundation in digital banking? Now they are seeking for growth. To grow, how would they do to grow? They comes up with new initiatives to create an ecosystem platform for the customer to be in every minute of the customer, of the people. But it's really hard to build one platform from scratch. Don't even say you want to create an ecosystem platform. Because building one platform takes a lot of money, resource, and time. So some banks in Thailand use the method of adopt and build, which they will purchase the platform that already made, and then they developed and improved the platform from that point. But there's other tactics that they use in create an ecosystem initiatives in Thailand as well. Instead of compete with financial technology company and startup, they joined hand with them and to create an ecosystem. For example, many Thai banks partner with e-commerce platform in order to offer basic banking products and services, for example, to transact their money to purchase goods from that e-commerce platform. And further than that, they offer digital lending via that e-commerce platform as well. Another example is They joined hand with the biggest retail chain store in Thailand. You might have heard this store. It's 7-Eleven. They joined hand with this retail chain to offer basic banking services. For example, to withdraw monies, deposit their money or transfer money from one point to another point. With these initiatives, banks believe that they can access to more customers, have more points of service, and expand their revenue growth. And okay, as we wrapped up our discussion today, I would like to focus on the crucial 3 pillars of successful digital transformation in Thai banks. First is customer, second is people, and the third is collaboration. For the customer, banks need to make sure that they offered value-added products and services, that they need to make sure that they don't be just a banking for customer, but they need to be beyond that in order to satisfy the customer. And for the second point is people. People is the most crucial things in digital transformation journey in Thailand, because in banking, for people who work in the bank, they have, I would say, an obsolete knowledge for to innovate a new financial products and financial services. So banks need to upskill, reskill, and add new knowledge for employees who working in banking industry. And they need to gear their way of working to agile methodology as well, in order to create a dynamic environment for employee to enable innovative solution for customer. And then lastly, collaborations. Whether collaborate internally, like cross-functional collaboration between one function to another, and external collaboration between banks and others, financial technology or other organization to create, this collaboration can create new innovation for people, for Thai people as well. So for the future outlook, in the coming years, we will see even more advanced digital services that bank will use cutting-edge technology like generative AI, more mature blockchain, or the technology that we haven't think about it yet. In order to serve financial health, lifestyle, and aspiration of customers, whether it's through mobile banking applications, virtual assistants, or newer technology. Bank is going to be more accessible, intuitive, and more aligned with our needs. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude our journey through the landscape of digital transformation in Thai banking, I would like to emphasize a simple, my last words, which is transformation is not just about technology, it's about people. It's about making banking more accessible, more efficient, and more secure for everyone. Thank you.
Brilliant. Ms. Petatarat Hantuk from Thailand. Thank you so much for this very brilliant and so seamless presentation and keynote speech deliverance. And we take from you digitization, let's say technology or technology integration, for example, in banking, or that also applies for the other sectors. Is not just for the transformation of the systems, but for transformation for the humanities. Like humanities needs efficient service, effective service, and of course, beneficial services, beneficial benefits from the technologies. That's the message. And very nice examples from Thailand, Thai banking system. Yes, we're very much inspired with your brilliant deliverance, keynote speech, Ms. Petatarat Hentuk. You have proven that you are a real business analyst for IBM. Thank you so much. So after this, again, we have a third keynote speaker with us. He is Dr. Rudy Luis Hendrikus van from Netherlands. He has been the consultant at the ADB here in Nepal, Kathmandu. So his speech is also on how does decision-making change with increased uses of technology for improved public service delivery. That is his speech. So may I request you, Dr. Van, to come on the stage. Yes, please. And take the control of this floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
IT team, please. Yes, slides.
Yes, IT team would be great if you would show the slides here. The reason is that when I bought these glasses, I cannot read properly with the glasses.
Recording stopped.
That's too bad.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. So then, if I look at it in front of me, I have to do this, but then I cannot see you, but now I can. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Rudy van Daal. I work for the Asian Development Bank in Nepal since 2019. This is on personal title, I have to say this. My background, and we'll go to the, is that I used to write a PhD where I studied computing scientists as a tribe. So I did a sociology of professions. You are interesting people. Secondly, for 5 years I worked for a Dutch company that did quality assurance on large government IT systems in the Netherlands. So I draw on this. I will look at, and today this really suits to what Em said, how service delivery, when we use technology, how that affects decision making, and how power shifts when you talk about public service delivery. It's a bit of an intellectual jump, so let's see how far we get. Next one, please. 4 topics, a little bit about Nepal, then about government service delivery, then the focus of this one, and especially for the students here, on your responsibility when you make design choices. And then we end up that in public sector, decision making is far more complex than in private sector. So how can we make implementable systems? Next one, please. I'm preaching for believers here. Nepal is making a slow transformation, but the real structural transformation of changing your economy is still to happen. Please realize we still have 62% of Nepali households fully engaged in agriculture, and 69% of them do not sell a single product. Please also realize that 25% of those farmers only sell very few products. Slowly we are getting less poor, and slowly we're getting up in the Human Development Index. If we look at a longer term scale, of course, it's getting better, but we want radical change. We want to become middle income quicker. Next one. So what is the plan? 4 pillars, I would say, and ADB helps with that. Number 1, how can we get a quality business climate? How can we make a business climate that attracts foreign investors, where people feel comfortable to do business, to expand? Connectivity, of course. Everybody who tries to get a product from Kathmandu to Lumbini knows how tough it is. Electricity, communications, but also ease of doing business. And of course, and I think this morning, Alice from UNICEF, of course, would have talked about that, equitable service delivery. How can we get health, education, social protection, and urban services to all so people have a decent life? Unfortunately, climate change is a reality. I realize that even the chairman of the COP is not fully convinced of that, but I am. We need to do everything climate resilience. And lastly, and I think Nepal has a good top. Oh, tell me again. I can't read it. So the top one? Bottom one. Bottom one, thank you. How to get empowered citizens. What can information technology do? I'm a bit longer in the field than I am, since the early 90s, so we changed words. But I would say information communication technology is still relevant. Number one, strengthen service delivery. We can really, as Nepal, implement our services better. Nepal has more than 80 social protection programs to help the poor. None of them are connected. All of them have separate systems and separate definitions. Those of you who have tried to get one or two subsidies might realize. We talk about single window portals. And I know this, for some people this sounds like 90s and early 2000s talk, but for Nepal it's still very difficult to go to one portal and ask for a permit. It can help in improving transparency. Paper is patient, but ERP systems are merciless. You cannot antedate, you can really follow. And in many countries it's proven that if you can follow how a government office is providing your services, it automatically goes quicker. And of course, it can strengthen economic development. Usually we talk about two areas. One is improve a business environment, ease of doing business. Really talked about that. How can we get banks to coordinate? Nepal is moving. When I joined here, it took 3 days to get a bank transfer from Standard Chartered to Nabil Bank. Since the last 3 months, it can go in 1 day. Not yet in 1 second, like in the Netherlands, but at least in 1 day. And of course, ICT in itself is a large business. The latest assessment says that about 100,000 people in Nepal work in ICT. Unfortunately, most of them for foreign companies, but that has to do with number one. So what are we talking about? This is very important. When we talk about service delivery, pre-large-scale technology, and your country is still a little bit there, you have a general policy, but then what we call the street-level bureaucrat, the person you go to ask for the service, he or she is the real decision maker. Because the policy is general, and that individual interprets the policy. We did 2 studies during COVID. Government of Nepal provided free food for poor people. Who decides who's poor? The ward chair. Not a system, the ward chair. The government gave concessional lending to businesses, eligible businesses. Nice document. Who decides who's eligible? The bank where you go to. That's what we call street-level bureaucrats. And pre-technology, pre-large-scale technology, they are the real decision makers. In my country, that has totally changed. If I now go to a government office, usually there's nobody, because I go online and I fill into a system. And the system makes the decision. So what the system does, what we call the policy technology system, made by system-level bureaucrats, and many of you, even though you might not like a bureaucrat, will become one, and I hope you do, because you can help a lot of people. They make individual decisions. They mix the policy into an algorithm, into a system. In my country, when I want to get a scholarship for my daughter, I don't see anybody. Via the tax system, my income is calculated. There's an algorithm that says, Rudy, you're too rich, your daughter doesn't get anything. My younger brother got unemployed, his daughter gets something. We don't talk with anybody. We don't even fill in a form. If you want to teach for a school, you need to get a declaration of good behavior. Click. You talk with nobody. But that also means that the decision is no longer made by the person you now go to in Nepal, but by the people who design the system. So your design choices are extremely important. And those design choices are not only technology. That's why we use the word, and I did not meet every section this morning, we talk about information architecture. And for that you have to make decisions at 5 different levels. When you, as a system level bureaucrat with policymakers all together decide that. The legal basis, the organizational level, the information level, the application level, and the networking level. When we talk about ICT, we very often only talk about number 5. Number 3, for example, is extremely important. I did a study in the Netherlands for the Central Bureau of Statistics. It turns out we had more than 15 definitions of profit. The job of Central Bureau of Statistics was to gather the profit from companies. All those definitions from profit were legal. So it was not that they were cooking the books, pre-taxes, after taxes, whatever. So, organizational level, who's going to do what? And the legal basis, how do you define who's eligible or not? But then still, if you say a poor person is eligible, what is poverty? How to measure? How to assess? All of that needs to be there. All of that you make the decisions. And technology is an integral part of that. So when you are a system level person and you are thinking of how to improve service delivery with technology system, there's a big difference in the street level time. You don't see your beneficiaries. You are a person sitting in a group, in a workshop, in a conference like this, and you're designing a system on how to help handicapped people. Very often you sit with people like you. 4 or 5 computer graduates, a policy person, a cup of coffee, and you start thinking. And what your tendency is when you make decisions, when you defend them, is that you call them technological decisions. We just talked about technological progress, as if it's something outside humans, as if something we don't have influence in. Yeah, that's the technology, it's the progress. That's a strategy. Because if you do that, you say, oh, it's neutral. I don't make any political or ethical decisions. Street level, system level bureaucrats are masters in that. Because if you call something a technical decision, politicians will say, oh, it's difficult, it won't affect me. But it does. Because every design choice you make is political, economically, legal, and technical. And if you make a system like this, it has huge consequences for a large number of people. Okay, I'll skip this one. What are design choices that you have to fix? How do you enter and change information? Can I do it as a beneficiary? Now what happens if I die? Only the civil servant, but who will check him or her? Which documents are you going to use? Whom are you going to trust? What are you going to do with exceptions? Nobody wants to be an exception in a system. You all worked with these beautiful AI-driven automatic answering machines. If you come to choice number 9 and it says, do you want to talk to a real person? Then you are an exception. You don't want to be that. So how do you design them? You assume connectivity. But what if there's no connectivity? If you want to use data from other systems, how do you trust those systems? And do they use the same definition? Let me give an example for Nepal. If you design a social protection program, do you make it for residents or do you make it for citizens? It's a huge decision. If you make it for citizens, it's easy. You can use the ID card, but it's not there. So what should you do? Number 1, get people from different backgrounds to talk with you and spend time. All of us know that 2 days at the start of a system design can save 2 years halfway. Please realize that one size does not fit all. And also realize that what might work when you sit in your small room and have one computer will not work when it applies to 25 million people. remember there's legacy, big legacy. So take those existing practices seriously. Don't just think, I know computing scientists love to do tabula rasa. Oh, we just make a new system. You know, we'll work, we'll solve all the problems. But they forgot that there's existing systems. And here, and I'm not getting a lot of fans with this statement, but one of my favorite professors always says, when you talk about public service delivery, be very nervous when people say all the noses are in the same direction. Let's get on the same page. What if that's the wrong page? What if that's the wrong decisions? I like it when people are disagreeing. I like it when we make incremental changes and do one small step. There's no silver bullet. If it would exist, we would have already used it, and most likely would have realized it was not that silver after all, halfway. So please, be humble when you make systems for your fellow citizens. Thank you very much for listening.
Wow. Thank you so much, very much acknowledged. Very commendable deliverance, Dr. Rudy from Netherlands. Yes, we take away from you the technology decision maker today. And that also influences our service delivery. Example from Netherlands itself, the bureaucracy that is being run by the technology. There is no human being but the technology. So it's efficiency, effectiveness, but for smartness as well. So these are some of the messages that we understand from you. Also you related Nepali context. So this is something that raises a dialogue that really starts a discourse now, okay? How to bridge this gap. So if you follow the technology, of course, but with efficiency and proficiency, of course, you can be the master of it and use it, not be used by it. That's also the message so far. Thank you so much. And after this, we have 3 keynote speakers joining us online. And I'm sure our IT team is there to handle them. So hereafter, I really request the 4th keynote speaker. She's joining us from Ireland. She is Dr. Laura May. She's going to deliver on the cultural heritage professionals as the designers of digitally enhanced exhibitions, recent and future directions. So this is also rightly connecting with the technology integration in our business. So Dr. Laura May, I leave the floor with you. We are very much excited to welcome you here, and we are very much excited to give an audience to your deliverance. Please take over.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't able to unmute myself, but I can do it now. This, interesting enough, it looks like it's different, but it's actually quite related to the previous talk, which I found very fascinating. So this is actually based on old work, but a lot of the stuff that I was thinking about was on reflection on recent developments, particularly in new ways within user experience design and human-computer interaction with artificial intelligence and its role in design. So basically, I'm going to be talking about some of this work, and this is based in the context of Ireland. So it's pretty much based in here, but it could also be applicable elsewhere as well. So we'll talk a bit about that. So I'll just talk briefly about the role of heritage professionals and what they do and why this will be useful, not even within museums, but in general. So when museum curators design exhibitions, the goal is to make the museum or whatever that they're trying to do accessible for an audience. So the idea is that once we have this complex content or these interesting stories that can often be quite academically challenging, the goal is to make that story accessible and driven for all audiences coming in, whether that is experts to school comers as well. So the whole idea is to basically make sure that we have multiple narratives and plurality of narratives through these exhibitions. As you can imagine, that's actually quite a difficult job, and even myself coming up with this presentation, how do I present this story in an interactive way for people to understand. So one of the things that is challenging is trying to present all of this work in a museum in an accessible way for various different audiences so everybody can get something from it. And this can be very, very challenging for any museum curator, and especially when technology is involved. And I would agree with the previous speaker that we have to think about all of these contextual things, like, it's about the narrative, it's about what the museum is standing for, what's their goal, as well as the context of the exhibition itself that we have to think about when we integrate technology. So when we think about curators as actually designing digitally enhanced technologies, we have to really think about that it's not just the technology itself, that it's actually supporting a specific story. And this is the role of the curator. And specifically, especially in the last 10 years, there's been a growth in the amount of toolkits that make it easy for people to design different technologies. For example, in this picture, you can see AR enhanced exhibitions, and there's multiple of these on the growth as well on the internet that people can easily access, including open exhibits. I think also different various AR exhibition kind of things that make it very easy to just take a template to portray different museum narratives. And they can be customized to support the narrative, and usually the customization is in the form of content, where they have templates of different forms of interactions in which they can actually put forward as well. But these are actually quite challenging to think about, like, how do I match the interaction with the story that I want to talk about? So I'll give an example based on a project that I was part of a good few years ago now called the Material Encounters with Digital Cultural Heritage. And they designed this template interactive called The Loop, which is basically a magnifying glass that's designed to, when you get closer to an exhibition or an exhibit, that you can scan it using this magnifying glass. And then once you see the content on this, it's usually augmented reality driven, then you can tilt right to see the next content and then tilt left to see the previous content. So the goal and the way it was portrayed was a device that supports telling stories surrounding museum objects, and you can explore and see more through a magnifying glass. So this was this one. One of the things about this particular device, and the reason why I'm describing it is because this is going to be on the case study I present, is that you didn't need any specialized technical knowledge to design the interactions because they were fixed. So they were pretty much, you scan, you tilt in each different direction to see the stories. But the curators could customize content to fit in with their own specific exhibitions. So we actually implemented this device as part of a research context in the Hunt Museum, which is a small museum in Limerick, Ireland. I'm not sure if you've ever been to Ireland, but this is a nice sort of quaint museum. And it was more of a family museum because it was owned by John and Gertrude Hunt, who basically donated their artifacts to this museum. And as you can see, there's lots of artifacts here in this museum, but they were placed pretty much in random locations, and you just see straight away how difficult it will be to tell a narrative with various different interactions. Very little information surrounding the artifacts themselves. There's a label here, and there's a label here, but there's no real interesting way to tell the stories. They do have different tour guides, which they call docents. They're volunteers to help tell the story, but if you are someone who likes to explore the museum by yourself or like to, see the story in a different way, you can see that the plurality of narrative in this case is quite challenging because it caters quite well for one audience, but for other audiences, not so well. So they were interested to see how technology could fit in with their goal of keeping this a homely place, making sure that other people can see the narrative in different ways as well, and catering for the plurality of audiences which often visits this museum. So one of the case studies that I was involved in at this time was understanding how can technology support this experience, and with the curators we pretty much collaboratively designed a case study using that Loop device that I presented before. And they picked that device initially because they thought it would be a great way of magnifying and telling stories through and basically a self-guided tour of the museum through different stories. So they decided to repurpose a specific tour that they already had in place with that the docent generally ended up giving, which was the history of Ireland in 10 objects. And what they wanted to do was see how could we actually tell this narrative, the same narrative that we would usually tell, but to a different audience using this device. One of the things that was challenging, though, and it kind of reflects back on the previous talk, is building understandings, and there's a tension between the content and interaction. So when we actually integrate technology, one of the things we need to really think about is what is it that that technology is serving? Every single technology is a medium with different forms of interaction, and we need to understand that the content and interaction need to also support the overall organizational goals as well as the contextual goals and the goals of the audience. And that can be very challenging, and it's not something you get right the first time. And in this case, it definitely wasn't right. So in the first cycle of designing this, one of the things that the curators were concerned about was how does the content and interaction actually map together? So they didn't really know what to do. So initially they pretty much thought the best idea was to copy the content that was already in a booklet version of this tour to the Loop device, and basically it was the same content, and when you tilted to see more information, you just saw more information on another artifact, or you're asked to scan another object. So one of the things that we found through testing this was that the narrative didn't flow very well when they were going from one place to the other. So one of the potentials of this device is actually helping people find where they need to go next and actually give them a way of navigating the museum and using the interactions in that sort of way. So one of the things that one of the curators mentioned was how can we actually stop interrupting the narrative by giving people these directions? Because that's one of the things that the technology can serve, but the interaction and the narrative were conflicting against each other, which was quite challenging as well within this specific one. So when we went on, retelling the narrative with the interaction, the goal here was to try and marry and bring together these forms of interactions as if when you're tilting, can it be that that person is actually moving forward to different parts of our Irish history? So they, through experience and through testing and through these sort of, we call them body storming, where they actually use their body to interact and figure out these different things, they actually started realizing they could use the interaction as a way of mapping different parts of Ireland together. So the style of the tour that was for the guided tour became something very different by the third cycle. And they realized that dividing it up in this way harnessed the potential of the Loop device in a way that actually met with their goals of bringing people to different parts of history and also helping the audience figure out what parts of the museum each of these objects were part of and what they were part of celebrating in terms of Irish life. And that was the other thing as well, when they were exploring this and trying to figure out how to present the content, they found that even lower fidelity materials like paper, for example, and acting it out using paper actually helped them figure out, is this something I would do as part of the interaction? Is this something I could actually do as well when we're actually designing with technology? Again, it's interesting how it relates to the previous talk, was how even, being part of that experience and figuring out and finding out things this way actually helped them figure out how the narrative fits together with the technology itself. One of the things that I was thinking about moving forward, though, is that we're moving into an era, particularly where artificial intelligence is becoming more common. One of the things that I was thinking about is what strengths and what weaknesses would that actually have in helping people, and particularly curators, understanding the role of interaction as part of the museum narrative. So one of the things I was asking myself is, with recent trends in artificial intelligence in museums, could that enhance critical understanding, particularly in the role of interaction in their specific museums, or could it actually hinder? So for example, if we have personalized different parts of interactions, could this help people with different levels of expertise and understanding of technology to understand how interactions can actually map with the narratives. But also, in order to develop those critical thinking, like the case in this museum, is it possible to integrate that with hands-on user experience methods, such as body storming, with curatorial practices, so that they can build their understanding over time of how technology and museum narratives and the overall contextual aspect of their museum fit together? And if so, what might this look like? So this is pretty much all I have to talk about today, but I thought it would be very interesting to bring this up, particularly when we're moving into a new era where artificial intelligence is becoming quite common. But we also need to think about the context and how people can actually critically think about their narratives as well. So thank you for listening, and I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the talks today.
Thank you, Dr. Laura Mae from Ireland, for connecting this technology for the new approaches as new tools and to explore the new ideas, re-narrating the story, of course. For example, with the example of the museum, how the digital technologies will help out building this new resilience, like retelling the stories and self-exploring, self-navigating. These are very special and very distinctive ideas that we, the academia, and also the scholars will have to take. We really take your message. Thank you so much for doing this grace from Ireland, Laura Mae. Now, next keynote speaker we have is from UK again. He is Frank Spillers from UK. I request the IT team, please, check, he's on the line. Yes, okay. So he's going to deliver the speech on the agenda preparing for the next wave of UX challenges and opportunities. So he has been the very senior consultant for the UX, and there he is online, joining us online. So I leave this floor, Frank Spillers from UK. I leave this floor with you.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. Namaste, welcome, and want to speak to you today about preparing for the next wave of UX challenges and opportunities. So, my name is Frank Spillers. I'm the CEO of Experience Dynamics. We're a global UX and service design consulting firm. Today I'm going to be talking about the strategy that you take when you design or when you approach technology. I'm going to start with the point about that it's critical to define the right problem and with a human-centered lens. I'm going to talk about localization and something called culturability. And finally, I'm going to leave you with what I believe is the way to become future ready for emerging technologies, and that's to build UX service design and inclusive design maturity. And that means to use tools that are being used right now by leading companies in the world, specifically in the United States, where most of my experience is. All right, so let's talk about, this is probably the most important thing with user experience that you can do with any emerging technology and any problem that you're working on now. Is like, it doesn't matter if you have a technology unless it is solving the right problem. And the right problem means for your users. That's what we mean by human-centered. So we live in a VUCA world, a world full of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And we need to be ready for VUCA, right? So that things like AI are more addressable. We are also going to find ourselves in a world of augmented reality when Apple releases its completely integrated ecosystem, headset with app community, not what Meta or Facebook did, but it will be the real deal in a few years. And so like being ready for that and being ready for the next pandemic and being ready for the next flood. And these are the kind of challenges that we're talking about. A lot of of our concerns are about the future can be addressed with something called speculative design. Speculative design is a way for you to plan future scenarios and also to critique and poke at things that could go wrong with designs. So all of the ISO standard of human-centered design, which is the foundation of all user experience, of all UX work, is the ISO standard for human-centered design. It's all about making things work for the person, and also all about getting to that preferable future, as opposed to what could happen or what might happen, or what's likely to happen. It's critical that we define things the way that we want them to happen, right? And in the case of UX, it's about getting it right for our users. So it's important that you fall in love with the problem, not the technology, not the solution. It's the biggest mistake that technologists make is they jump to the solution, right? Instead, you need to frame your problem and understand what's happening in what we call the problem space. So where the problem is happening. And that means if you're developing solutions for rural areas in Nepal or in your region, that you go to those rural areas and you talk to those people in those rural areas, that you don't bring your city-centric Kathmandu, for example, perspective, or whichever city you might live in, assuming that a lot of people here today live in cities. So it can create a bias. I mean, you can think, well, this is how I do things getting around my city, but it might not work for the village in the mountain. So it's important that you do ethnographic field research. And this means one-on-one interviews or interviews with two people, dyads, or group interviews. Notice that this ethnographic field study is different from user testing. So user testing is important to validate your direction, but we're talking about, this is called generative user research or generative research, which means you're trying to understand that problem space. And it's where personas and journey maps, maybe you've heard about those, come from that space. If you're testing, you're just down in the solution space. So it's important to back up and go into the problem space. I've been practicing this for 25 years, and I have an award-winning consulting firm, and I work with clients like IBM and many of the US banks and the World Bank and many nonprofit organizations that work with disability rights and women's rights around the world. I want to talk a little bit about AI. That AI needs UX for usability and also to remove bias. So this is absolutely critical and is the new focus of Silicon Valley. So if you're following the old Silicon Valley of growth hacking and how can we just make the most money as quickly as possible, how can we bring the AI out as quickly as possible, that's not going to work. That's not what the new Silicon Valley is doing. The new Silicon Valley is trying to be calculated, trying to make things very simple. That's now the last maybe 10 years or so. If you go and try and pitch your business, if you're a startup, to the venture capital community, they're going to ask you not just, do you have UX? They're going to ask, how good is the UX? And they're also going to ask, have you reduced harm? Have you reduced bias? And have you increased your inclusion? If you look at like the AI that we're seeing right now, like, so this is an example of the just adding AI. So here's, what is this? Like, this isn't going to work. You can't just throw AI on and, it's not about jumping on the bus. It's about responding to a new technology in the way that in this app, you can explore travel ideas, and they've actually integrated ChatGPT into the flow of the task. So it works. This one, AI searches here. What does that mean? Who cares? What I'm searching, for something. Why would I use this? So this is what we're seeing, the early days of trying to attach generative AI to everything, and it's going to fall off the bus. It's not going to work. This is an example this is just a desktop wallpaper called Momentum. And they integrated the AI in it. They also integrated it into the offer to tell you about it. So, again, responding to the context and fitting to the problem, but making themselves relevant. So it's important that your AI is contextually relevant, that users even know it's there. You can't just say, try my AI, and then that's it. It's not, it's not going to work. It has to fit the task and the goal, and it has to be accessible. People need to be able to access it. And we see even with the visual AI, we have DALL-E, and then there's also Midjourney. Midjourney is like impossible. The usability is impossible to access it. I still can't use it. I still can't get in. And DALL-E recently, which is being run by Bing, or it's integrated into ChatGPT 4. But if you try and use it from the Bing side, you have to log in, and Microsoft doesn't like your username and password. And then when you do, if you use, it took me 3 different emails, trying 3 different ones to get in. It blocked me. It said, you've tried this too many times. This is after using it, for 2 or 3 weeks, a few times. So I was already logged in. So the barriers to access with AI are big, to just access it. And then next is, does it even matter to my task as a user? So one thing ChatGPT is good at is pre-research or problem framing. So before you go in to do your ethnographic research, your field study, before you go to the village and you listen to the people about the service that you're designing for, whoever they might be, you can frame problems. And we've been doing this actually this year with sustainability challenges and addressing the sustainability development goals. And it's pretty good at it if you ask the questions in such a way related to, as our Dutch colleague offered, policy and policy design. So sustainability should be top of the agenda. Sustainability, as this IBM study found this year, is no longer a standalone priority. It's no longer a sideshow. It should be the core business. It should be core to when you design and develop new technologies. It should be something that you're thinking about straight away. And we have a technique, or at least an approach, that was offered by Goliath in 2007 called sustainable interaction design. I'm noticing here this power saving feature. Why is this not default? Energy is a huge issue for climate, and yet we have little sprinklings like that AI. Here's an option for sustainability. Here's an option for for power saving, and it really should be the default. So we sort of need to re-examine those. The key here is to center the human in your emerging technologies. And I'll look at mobile. So these are my goals of mobile in 2023. And I just want to focus on 2 of these that are less known. So it should be easy to use, easy to learn, easy to comprehend. Does it, is it understandable? Are you assuming literacy because you've been to university? So are you writing it for non-literate people? Like in the United States, we have most people have a 6th grade reading level, like an elementary school reading level, high elementary school reading level. So if we go to university, and then that's in the United States, right? So we need to be sensitive. So what is sociable and emotionally compelling? Let me jump over to sociable. Means that users can safely interact, they can have better social interactions and improve social relationships or collaborate. So collaboration in software development tools and products and services is really lacking. We really haven't scratched that surface yet. This is an example of what it might look like, and this is a yoga app. So here's sharing with a friend and sending good vibes. This is just a concept. Emotionally compelling. So you can't just have technology. It's got to address social, emotional, and cultural factors. This is a bank that displaced the banking industry, and they did it with what they said they called emotionally intelligent design. That it adds emotional value, and they were actually bought some 15 years later, I think, by Intuit, which is a giant already in the industry. So they disrupted the industry, and then somebody in the industry bought them. but they were able to show with simplicity, with emotional value, and these are the things that the lead designers said that they did, the strategy that they took. More emotional value comes from things like Google's Pixel 6 phone, where they corrected the algorithm so that it showed the true beauty of skin tone, because there's a history of bias, essentially racism, in cameras going back to the 1960s, where filmmakers like Jean-Luc Godard refused to shoot film in Africa because the darker skin tones didn't show up on the film, only showed white faces, and none of the African actors were visible, so he refused to shoot there. Now, Polaroid actually did an adjustment, did a flash boost, and it corrected this. So that happened in the 1970s. This is the problem with all cameras. That was a Kodak or a Canon camera, and then Polaroid. All the film had the same thing. This issue was only addressed for the first time by contacting subject matter experts from the Google team, by Google being committed to inclusion and emotion design. So anyway, it's really important that we focus on inclusion. That means when you're developing content, this is Apple in 2021. With their Apple Watch, they have this, you can take classes and things like that. Notice they have the content for older adults. We actually did an Apple Watch study and found that people said, it's too fast. It's like for sports, it's like had the bias for the active, kind of like the professional runner, essentially. And so for beginners, for older adults, for people that are pregnant, or if you're just having a baby, so this is what we mean by inclusion at the content level. So I want to go to localizing and talking about something called culturability. It's really, really important that your solutions come from the local level, wherever you are. Not that they come from the global north or from Silicon Valley or from some expert, but that they come from the local level. And the local level there are different levels of local. So there might just be like how users actually, what they find emotional value, it might be, at the behavioral level, for example, the immediate office environment, their group of friends. It might be at the city or district level. It might be regional. For example, mobile pay is a little bit different in Norway and Denmark, but regionally they almost share that same high adoption. And then in America, for example, the West Coast and the East Coast, very different sort of levels of local, very, very different culturally, even though it's the same country. And finally, at the international level, so for example, in Tunisia, because of the banking system, they have to order things from abroad. So I want to introduce you to this concept of culturability. It's the merging of culture and usability. Culturability is so important. So it's basically, we know that this is what we mean by local. Make your design, don't use layouts from the West. Don't use layouts that just because IBM uses layouts or Apple uses layouts or whoever it is. Localize, make it local. For example, you see apps in China. To a Western mind, they look really cluttered. They have these extra navigation going down the left with all these extra things you can do. And in Japan, the layouts are very compacted. This is a Taco Bell screen here that we're seeing. I'm hoping you can see this. But what's user-friendly in one country might not be in another country. So it's important to get cultural fit, understand the habits, the tendencies, the trends. That VUCA, the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, it's different at every cultural level. The experience Nepal had of COVID, very different from the experience America had. Even the UK to America, very, very different experiences, which shaped attitudes about healthcare, maybe about privacy, about online learning and communicating. So it's really important that you get a picture fit for your local market that you're either launching a product in or that you are working and designing it, and looking at the industry conditions and looking at the political conditions. So, for example, scandals in Brazil, the economy in Germany, and austerity in Greece, for example. Cultural markers are something that they indicate.
Mr. Spiller, could you please conclude in 2 minutes more?
Okay, thank you for that. And so just to conclude that language, a lot of people think that language is the place we start, but language is just the door. There's a whole house inside when it comes to translation and localization. In China, WeChat, the most popular app there, they use the red envelope because in China they have this thing called Hongbao, which is a gift giving at the New Year in February, and so they use that in their app. So the question is, what is your red envelope strategy? What is your strategy for that? So I want to thank you so much for your attention, and I leave you with just one summary case study of in Pakistan. This is mobile banking innovation. In Pakistan, you can open a bank account. We heard from our Thai colleague as well as maybe a similar thing. We have the same thing in Kenya with M-Pesa. What is this? So this is part of Pakistan's financial inclusion strategy, a coordination with the phone companies. This is the kind of innovation you don't even see in America or in the UK. So this is the potential that what did it do? It had the effect of including women in the banking sector, which women were outside. I think 2% of women had bank accounts. Now close to 40% have them after this situation. So thank you so much for your attention. And
thank you.
Namaste. I leave it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank Spillers. Very marvelous deliverance, of course. Yes, we take from you. You have covered lots of things of this technology integration, and it reminds me as well. Don't take the technologies, just the technical devices, and run after them. Look at the usability, of course. They are the cultural artifacts, cultural ability, of course, of the technologies, and then localizing, contextualizing the technologies and for the benefit. So with example of Pakistan as well, yes, thank you so much. It has been a very marvelous and of course research grounded deliverance. We really appreciate you, Frank Spillers. Thank you so much. Okay, because of an unavoidable circumstance, one of our keynote speakers on the way stranded at London airport. Therefore, we are now jumping on to the final. We have two keynote speakers here physically present. So after this, I may now request our seventh keynote speaker, Dr. Clara Podell. Please take over the stage for your deliverance. She is coming from Pokhara. She was born in Hungary, and she is not only the medical doctor, she is also a PhD, and she has been in academia at the same time managing the hospital. So we are very much proud of you, Dr. Clara. Floor with you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So let's jump back in the time. It's 12th of May, 2021 in Pokhara. Would you please start a video? We are in the emergency department, and we are in the middle of Delta wave of the COVID. Emergency room is fully packed. Difficult to find even a chair. All patients who come in, they need oxygen. The same day, I posted in my Facebook. That's why I remember. So in South Nepal, there was suddenly no electricity in the oxygen factory. So several hospitals ran out of oxygen, and 17 people died. Now this became my nightmare. If in my hospital oxygen gets finished, I know which are the patients who will die in 5 minutes. I get phone calls every 5 to 10 minutes, somebody asking for a bed, asking for a heli rescue. They desperately need ICU bed, they desperately need ventilators. And this was going on for quite a few days. And after around 15 days, I was completely exhausted. I was whole day in the hospital. In the whole night, I was getting phone calls, managing everything 24 hours with very, very less manpower. And this was our oxygen supply. There were 6 cylinders connected to the supply. They got finished in 20 minutes, so 2 security guards, they were in 24-hour duty changing the oxygen cylinders, and 2 drivers were 24-hour duty to go and refill them at the oxygen factory. In normal days, this 6-cylinder lasted for 1 or 2 weeks. So I remember in my life, I like challenges and I enjoy them. But there were 2 times when I said, and this was a really difficult thing, and that was the first thing when I climbed Torangla Pass in the Annapurna circuit. That was my very first track, and that was really difficult. It was a 5,400 meter. And this was the second time when I said that this was really difficult. But the lucky thing was that the way it came like a fire, the same way it went, so it didn't last long. Now, when I came to Nepal 18 years ago, in Pokhara, there were very few doctors, and that's why my husband, who's also a doctor, he was born in Nepal. He asked me, please, let's go to Nepal, let's go to Pokhara and do some service. So I came here to do service, and that was my childhood dream, to become a doctor and do some service to the people. But very soon, in Nepal, I realized just by giving service with the existing services, which we have, it's not enough. We need to create more options. We need to create more facilities. And that's how both my husband and me, we became we went into the business and we started building hospitals. We built a medical college, then we built 2 private hospitals, and we became almost like a businessman. And that's how I realized that without business, there will be no development and there will be no quality service. If you work in the government sector, maybe you are enthusiastic, maybe you do your best, but you can't really guarantee the quality. But if you go in the private sector, you can have more on it. Now, today everybody's talking about AI. So let's see what can we do in the healthcare with the AI. Because my dream is to develop healthcare, especially in Nepal, because I'm here in Nepal. So let's see, how can AI help us to develop healthcare in Nepal? And I see a few blocks that there are a problem in healthcare development, and one is the lack of skilled manpower, especially in the remote areas. Others, like lack of financial funds, political instability, there are lots of, but let's see if maybe AI could help us to overcome the manpower issues. So there are lots of, even we have a few speakers here who are especially specialized in healthcare AI. But let's see what can we do with AI. So one is we can predict treatment protocols which is likely to succeed. So it can help healthcare workers to decide which therapy to give. Now this could be quite useful. The other is used neural networks. It is used for quite long, and this determines which patient could acquire a disease. It's just like risk assessment. We are using it quite often. But if we go to deep learning, which is like multiple layers of neural network, this is quite useful in the radiology. For example, I see every day lots of X-rays. So now my eye will instantly recognize if there is any abnormality. Like maybe a junior colleague will not recognize. So if we have AI that helps to recognize the lesions, either in CT scan, ultrasound, X-ray, So in radiology, this could be quite useful even in the remote areas where maybe the expertise is not there. Obviously, you need a human touch. And but I think that in diagnosis, in the treatment planning and predicting things, we could use AI. But AI will never be able to change the dressing on the wound or care for the sick. It will not be able to give the injections. So we cannot really replace the human manpower. And if the AI gives you a recommendation, you should quit smoking, you should do this and that, will you do that? Probably not. But if a loving, caring health worker explains you and gives you the counseling, it might be different. So manpower is still the most important. What I see, especially in Nepal, I get the nurses, I train them. And what happens after 1 year? They are no more there. They went to Australia. And then comes the new one, and I start again and again. So how can I go from 1 to 2? I'm still from 1 going back to 0. So manpower is really important, and this picture is probably not new to you, because it is not only in the healthcare, it is in all areas of Nepal. The manpower, every day thousands of people are leaving the country. So if we want to develop healthcare, we have to also develop simultaneously all other areas. Because if we make this country a place where people want to live, then people will stay here and they will live. So let us create together an environment of growth and inspiration, and you all are the young generation with lots of enthusiasm. So let us create a good environment where we can grow. Thank you.
Very precise and very wonderful speech. Thank you so much, Dr. Clara. Connecting again the usability of the AIs, of course, from our own narration, that how she has traveled to Nepal and what has been the ambition. Of course, there is human ambition for the benefit of the humanities that has brought you here. And yes, we really respect your aim, your aspiration for life to build the system. And one message for the scholars of management, that is business managers, is that in order to create a system, we need to do the business. That's very important. You cannot create a system unless you start a business. Your job-seeking mindset is not going to work. You have to expand your mindset, and you have to take a venture to do the business. Our own business genealogy that she has spoken out here. So, and also connected the need. Today it is a need to explore the usability of these AIs in order to develop the systems. And sometimes for the countries like us, like Nepal, where the brain drain that she has connected, like people are going out, then it will be very necessary that we have the AI in order to build the system and also serve the poor people, okay, with our system. That's very important. Really very marvelous speech. Thank you so much for the message and for this advice to our communities of the learners in the management education here. So we have the last but not the least very senior speaker coming from Portugal, and the last eminent keynote speaker of 5th Global International Conference. He is Dr. Josh Alberto Pereira, and he is going to talk about digital transformation in SME retail banking and contributions to a differentiating and proximity business model. So I really leave this floor with you, Dr. Josh. Yes, do you need the hand mics? Okay. So there are lots of people also joining us from online on yes, Zoom, I can see there. Okay.
Hello. Oh, do I have to speak louder? Or can you hear me? Thanks for global school, international global school global management, whatever you want, for someone who during 15 days have done a great job. One more word, up or less, I think it's not matter at all. Keep on the good job. I believe it's important. Thank you, Dr. Dev Panaru. Thank you, Dr. Samir Kanel. Thank you, everybody. Don't go away because I'm going to give something for free in the end. Thank you, all you, everybody, to stay here to listen to me. I hope I won't disappoint you. Is this running after me? Is this running after me or not? Okay, thank you. What's your name?
Hemlata.
Well, do you know that? You know that? Good. Okay. Do you know that guy? Why is not working? Oh, yes. Well, this is Ilam, a place I love. What we are going to talk is a small look about Nepal. Then, what challenge do banking business face? Then traditional versus new banking model, a little bit about relationship and value chain, strategy under digital banks and learning organization, and in the end, some brief conclusions. I beg you to put the ringing bell loud that I can hear when is the time to stop, okay? Oh, sorry, is here. Sorry. Yeah, this is some figures I take last week about Nepal. Well, no problem at all, about 29 millions, GDP 46 millions, low growth of GDP, higher population under poverty level, almost 14%, low unemployment, but also more or less like half of the population is active, which means low on both sides. Services about 60 to 65%. Measure, are you seeing this well? Are you seeing this good? Say yes or no. Good. Just to see if you're awake. Measures area is tourism and energy with growing. Somebody told me yesterday that tourism is already on 2016 level. It's very good, 2016 level. Don't forget it. Here, literacy and studies, very good. We will talk about that later. And now, starting the problems. 68% of importance from India, 64% of exports to India. Everybody knows anything about the thing called Pareto law? Everybody heard about Pareto law? Please raise your arm. There's a person on the hand raising her arm is just like rheumatic, or is just because knows about Pareto law? Pareto say most of the observations, about 80% of the observations, are under 20% of the cases, which means that this is a huge danger for your country. Everybody knows Michael Porter five competitive forces model. Wait, what does India has here? Supply power bargain, customer power bargain. If I was still in the bank, oh, I didn't say who I am. My name is José Pereira. I'm 62 years old. I used to work in the bank. Now I work on security and defense. I work most of it in geostrategy, defense economics, financing defense, financing design, stuff like that. I'm also a writer, I'm also a poet, I'm also a photographer, and I'm also a DJ. Okay? So, this is problematic for you, but we'll talk about this later. Banks. I've seen this is from Visual Capitalist. I don't know if you know this site. It's a very graphic site. 4 major banks, Chinese, 4 after Americans, then a mix between Chinese, Americans, 1 English. Today on ASEAN Pacific, 41% of the major banks, $52 billion of assets, and 47% of total assets. In Nepal, what you have, 112 banks, almost 11,500 branches, 229 service provider. Yesterday, somebody told you have something like 200 key credit cooperatives. I don't know if that is true or not. However, credit cooperatives is something that we must talk about that later. In Portugal, we call this transformation ratio. What it means, how long we can transform deposits in credit. So, 19% is not bad for an economy that is not with a real high growth. But you can do better. Net profits loss, so is the ratio. People who don't pay their loans is really good, 2.63. But allow me to say, of course it is really good, because if you don't lend, you have no problems with the people that don't pay. If you lend more, you will have more problems. And capital adequacy ratios is right now, this I think is regulatory, is about 90, is under 90%, but it's just elite. This one is low also. Now, I have a question to you all. Who has a bank account? Please raise your arm. Do you have a bank account, sweet? Raise your arm. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. No. Stay up. The ones of you that work in a bank can put your arm down. The others, stay up. I don't need this. Okay. The ones with the arm up was a friend in a bank. Let your arm up. The others can stay down. Okay. Do you have a friend in a bank? Okay. Now, is it good or is it not to have a friend that works in a bank? Yes. I know. Thank you for our little experience. In 2019, do you need this? I'm not great. I'm not a great singer, not a karaoke, but okay. In 2019, I was in Tuscany, Italy, for 15 days holidays, and I went to Siena. And in Siena, I went to a building that is the headquarters of a bank. It's called Monte di Paschi di Siena. You know when that bank was founded? That bank was founded in 1472. Is now the oldest bank working in the world. I repeat, 1472, Monte di Piace di Siena. And I was wondering, how can a bank so old work and still be alive without technology, without artificial intelligence, without digital transformation? How do they do it? So many crises, so many wars. There's a Dutch guy called Ariel Deleuze that wrote a book. He used to be strategic director from Philips. He wrote a book about the oldest companies that dure more than 10 centuries, 12 centuries. And how does these companies survive? That's the same about banks. And your question, your answer and the situation of Monte di Piace di Siena leads us to this. Because you can have lots of technology, you can have a lot of speed, but you cannot turn your back in one sink. That money is a personal question. That's the problem. That's what you know. When you are a bank manager and you lose one relationship manager to another bank, and a lot of clients, a lot of customers go after him to the other bank. Because there's a personal relationship, because you trust in persons, not in institutions. Oh boy, that fat guy is so stupid. He didn't come here to talk about technology, but he put in the title digital transformation. How can this be? He fooled all of us. No, he didn't. Because technology is the tool. The real weapon is here. Okay? So, for any person, the money is something we have to use when we need. If you don't need, we don't use. Even if it is to go to LOD. Okay? If we need, you use. If somebody pays, we don't use. Okay? That's it. Banks create currency. This is a very important idea. Banks create currency through credit. It's not countries that create currency. It's banks. Banks create the money when they lend. The more they lend, the more money they create. That's what happened, by example, in the United States. Then the states issue money because virtually there are lots of money created that don't have money physical. That's why so many countries are saying we are turning into cashless societies. Because in cashless societies we don't need to offset money. Okay? We can left that to the mafia. Okay? Then the banks, and now I'm talking about SME banking. The bank's main function is to boost countries' economies. How do we do this? Lending. How do we do this? Creating specific conditions for specific industries in a country to generate value to the country. Okay? We, in Europe, we have a very good way to do that. European Commission grants. Hold them. That's why I told you I'm a little bit specialized in financial design. Why? We do the building of the lending. Because if I support an agriculture or somebody who fishes, they want to buy a boat, or somebody who is in industry and takes like 1 year or 2 years to produce some kind of equipment, or somebody wants to build a hotel, the type of lending cannot be the same. I have to have different types of lending for different types of activities, for different types of customers. And if I don't, these customers don't pay. So I have to adjust my product of the customer's need. If I teach that in my marketing classes, I have to do that on practice. Okay? Oh, sorry. Another thing that I think after COVID, banks all over the world forget. Business of banks is risk. Come on. We are not here to sell insurance or credit cards. We are here to collect deposits from our customers and to sell money as credits. Okay, 2 minutes? 1 minute? Okay, go away. Go. Oh, sorry, it's me. It's okay. This is the traditional bank model. The traditional bank model is based on a branch, on a business center who supports SME and a specific unit for big companies. What's important? Change the scope. This is the traditional pyramid, organizational pyramid. This is what you want. You have the guys from the front line and all the organizations support them, okay? This is my suggestion of business model. I put this, what is this? This is a group of guys, experts in the area, that go to the customer house, helps them with management, helps them with working capital management, helps them with investment management, helps them with strategic management, helps them with everything, with like one thing that we saw in Portugal, nobody knows about that, that is customers and suppliers accountancy management. Most of the companies don't know how to do that and lose money on that. You see, so that's lots of guys who do that. Do you have to change the business model? No, you just start that. You say, that is impossible, and I say, no, because you have done that before. I was the head of this project, okay? Value chain, you know this, I don't need to go away. This is very important. Just a brief, this is like a circle to meet the customer. Search for new customers, contacts, meetings, follow-up, approval, contract, follow-up after contract, develop relationship, and go to new customers. This is a wheel, always turning, that creates value to the customer and profit to the bank. Okay? Oh, you know that. Lots of people have told about that. This is okay. This is okay also. This is okay also. This learning organization was a theory launched by an American called Pete Lange. When you work like a learning organization, you are always connecting information from customers, from stakeholders, from the market as well. You use that information to repositionate yourself all the time. First market you act is local market, after regional market, after national market. Everybody's repositionation, you have to repositionate too. You have in Nepal, I need a little bit. You have in Nepal 23,000 business. That 90% are micro and small and medium enterprises. It responds by 45% of employment. There's a financial gap on these companies of $3.6 billion. They need financing that they don't have about this value. There was an inquiry by Himalayan Times, and 37% say that don't have the major problem of them is accessing to credit. Only 37% of small and medium enterprises have access to credit. If there is small business, 90% only have access to credit. This is very low. Real estate is the only collateral accepted, as they call in the article. Now, if we are talking about cooperatives, let me tell you one thing, and I can talk if everyone is interested. In Europe, you use a kind of collateral that is a cooperative collateral. Companies do collateral to small business and to SMEs. In Portugal, we call it garantia mútua. If you need, I can explain later. IFC opened credit lines for Nepali banks to lend to SMEs on $107 million. So we have what we have here. What we have here, we have an economy that needs to grow, lots of business that needs to be financed, money that comes from abroad to finance small and medium enterprises, people like you that are technically competent to work on these jobs. So this is the time to apply this banking model. Banks will get profit with that, customers will get satisfied with that, economy will rise fast. Let me finish. Can I finish with a small story?
We have another session.
Sorry?
We have another session, please.
Okay, just wait. When I worked in a branch, because I started in a branch, in a bank, and I finished as marketing director. We have a very huge customer in the bank. He has too much money, and one day, my branch manager, he asked me, "You have so much money. Why do you have your money in our small branch? Why don't you have the money in the big branch?" And the guy said, every time I come here, you put the red carpet for me. If I go to a big branch, I will be just another one. Why did I tell this? Hey, listen, that's for you. Why did I tell this? Lots of you, mostly young people, want to go abroad. Here, with a degree, you are important. Abroad, you are just one more in the end of the list. You don't count for nothing. I come from Portugal. I know what I'm saying. Another thing, you are here if you have imagination, if you are creative, and most of all, if you are proactive. You can work for both companies. You can do services because you are very intelligent, because you are very competent. You can do services to them and earn like you being there. And you will be here. And then you will have the red carpet. Do you understand?
Thank you. Wow, a very wonderful message at last. Work for your capabilities, and digitization for the transformation, of course. And yes, we have seen that all our keynote speakers have connected the same thing. Why digitization, why AI? Is just for the usability and to leverage our business, leverage our system, and the benefit for the humanities. But what's more important is the brain, imagination. Imagine to be creative for yourself, for your nation. Okay, thank you so much, all the keynote speakers, for your huge contribution. Thank you so much, very much acknowledged. And after this, we cannot help without handing over token of appreciation to our keynote speakers as well. So here the time comes, we have to do this ceremony, and for this, may I request the volunteers to please be ready to hand over the token of appreciation to our guest of honor and the keynote speaker, Professor Kesla. May I request Professor Narayan Paudel, the registrar from Midwest University, please be on the stage and do this honor to hand over the token of appreciation of guest of honor, our guest of honor, Professor Kesela. Professor Taspia Kesela is coming from Ethiopia. Long way. This is his second tenure with us. Thank you so much. We are very much delighted to have you here all times and for your mentorship. Thank you so much. Yes, on the same note, may I request, thank you, Professor Narayan Paudel, sir. Thank you so much. Next, may I request Professor Chandra Prasad Rizal, please be on the stage to hand over the token of appreciation to another keynote speaker. So on this, may I request Petra Chat, Miss Petra Chat Hantuk, please be on the stage to collect token of appreciation as a keynote speaker. Yes, thank you so much for coming to our conference, for making this great grace, and for your intellectual deliverance, Miss Petra Chat Hantuk. And likewise, thank you so much, Professor Chandra Prasad Rizal, sir. And now we also have our very respected Dean of Graduate School of Management at MU. He is Professor Dr. Deep Bahadur Rawal. I request him to come on the stage and hand over the token of appreciation to our another keynote speaker. He is Dr. Rudy Luis Henricus. Please be on the stage to collect your token of appreciation. Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Rudy, for emphasizing on the quality of service with accountability. We have to be accountable, we have to be effective and transformative. Thank you so much. Likewise, we also have another keynote speaker. We want to hand over the keynote, sorry sir, Dean sir, you still have to be there, I think. Yes, to continue with. So may I request Dr. Clara to come on the stage and please collect your token of appreciation from 5th Global International Conference. She is coming all the way from Pokhara, and thank you so much for your intellectual deliverance, very much inspiring deliverance, your narrations, and for inspiring our scholars. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry, how can we help without mentioning the name? Dr. Jose Alberto is somewhere else. So after this, I request all the research presenters to be in the breakout rooms down on the 8th floor. There are five rooms prepared for research presentations. So research paper presentations. Yes, after we do up with this token of love, token of appreciation distribution. So on the same note, I also request the session chairs to first collect the token of appreciation, then only proceed for the presentations and chairing the sessions for parallel sessions. On that note, may I request Dr. Nirmal Singh. Dr. Nirmal Singh, he is coming from Delhi University. Professor Dr. Nirmal Singh, please come on the stage. And to this honor, may I request Professor, yes, Deep Bahadur Rawal, yes, our Dean, to be on the stage and please do this honor to distribute the token of appreciation to our session chairs. Yeah, Professor Nirmal Singh, he will be chairing the session, first parallel session, that is on the marketing management. Likewise, may I request Professor D.D. Chaturbedi. D.D. Chaturbedi, sir, please be on the stage to collect your token of appreciation as the session chair. D.D. Chaturbedi, sir. Yes. Then I request Professor Dr. Sneha Chaurasia to be on the stage and collect token of appreciation for chairing the session, parallel session hereafter. Thank you, Didi. Sir, Professor, yes, Rahul sir, Dean sir, please, yes, we still have more session chairs. Yes, Dr. Sneha Chaurasia to collect token of appreciation. Next we have Dr. Bidya S. Her second name is very difficult to call out anyway. So Dr. Bidya S, please be on the stage to collect token of appreciation for your contribution, for your role that you're going to perform next year. She's coming on the stage. Yes, please, Dr. Bidya, be on the stage to collect your token of appreciation. And we do have Professor Dr. Ravish Chandra Burma, our session chair, who is going to chair the session. May I request you to collect your token of appreciation from our respected Dean of Midwest University. So by the time, by the way, we are done with token of appreciation as well. And with, I'm not seeing Dr. Jose Alberto. Okay, so thank you so much, sir. Thank you, respected Dean. So I request all the research paper presenters please be in the breakout rooms down on the 8th floor, and also the session chair, moderators, please, and the IT team. Also moderators, please facilitate your session chairs and research presenters. At the same time, other participants as well can go and join and have audience of the research paper presentations. On the 8th floor, all the research papers are being presented on the 8th floor in 5 different parallel sessions, team-wise. So we are waiting for Dr. Alberto Jose Alberto to come here, if he is somewhere here. Okay. Yeah, is he here? Down? Oh, okay. Dr. Alberto Jose, yes, Dr. Jose Alberto, please be on the stage to collect your token of appreciation. And to do this honor, I request the Dean, yes, please stand there. I request our respected Dean again, please do this grace to grace us. Yes, hand over this token of appreciation to our keynote speaker. He is from Portugal, a very dynamic, energetic speaker, and a multi-talented personality. Thank you so much for making it out and for being with us and for your insights on the bankings. So now I now request all the researchers, research paper presenters, please be in the breakout rooms down on 8th floor. Thank you so much. With this, we announce the closing of this keynote session. Would you like to speak anything? Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And tomorrow, our second keynote session will begin. We'll commence at 10 o'clock tomorrow, sharp 10 o'clock. And then we will have panel discussion live on the television. So I request everyone to be there with the keynote session tomorrow and also panel discussion. Thank you, marvelous volunteers, participants, and researchers. Thank you so much. Tomorrow again, we are going to meet here. Yes. Professor Tesla, may I request you to be seated here for a while, sir? And then, yes, Professor Tesla.
Parallel session 3 will be here.
Parallel session is here, it's a 3. Parallel session 3 is here itself. Parallel session 3 is here itself. So all parallel sessions are not going to run till 5 and 5:30. You can see there are time differences depending on the numbers of the research papers being presented. So please proceed, and parallel session 3, please be here. दुईटा चाहिने हो हजुर Parallel session 3. Participants on the research paper presenters, please be ready. We are going to start the session here. Parallel session 3. May I request all the participants on the research paper presenters, please be seated first. We're going to start parallel session 3 here. We have parallel session 3 here.
यहाँ कसको मोबाइल हो सरको कल आइरहेको
Please, IT. Miss Barbie Singh and Balin Hazarika. Dr. Balin Hazarika. Okay, may we start now? All right, so without much formality, but of course, for the discipline and to be formal and to take it on a serious note, we start our parallel session 3. This session is based on the theme of HR management. A few papers might look interdisciplinary as well, connecting HR management this or that way, from this or that perspective. And to chair this session, I request Professor Vidya S. from India. Please be on the stage.
Recording in progress.
So Professor Vidya will give you some briefing how we will move ahead. Yeah,
So once again, very good afternoon to all and welcoming you for the International Conference of GCI. And my name is Dr. Vidya Shanmugham and I'm from Amity University, as I'm standing here to represent the Amity University, Haryana, that is Delhi NCR. And right now, the parallel session 3, it's about HR management, that is human resource management. And the sessions like it's going to be happen, after my instructions and so the session, once if it starts, scholars will start to present your papers. You will get 10 minutes time to present, whether it is offline or here. That is offline or online, whatever the mode. 10 minutes time you will be getting it for the presentation. After presenting it, maybe within the 10 minutes, we will ask question. Otherwise, after 10 minutes, I may ask 2 or 3 questions if I have any kind of questions or doubts in that. Because how you are taking the work further. So regarding that only, not apart from your concepts and all. And also parallelly, I can give some feedbacks. So an end of the session, after this parallel session, if I'm giving the feedback, it won't be good. So after each and every presentation, I will try to give the best feedback about the papers.
And you
I
come
hope
up.
I can expect the best presence from the research scholars. All the best for you all.
Okay, so I request the first presenter of this third parallel session, Please IT check if we can have Dr. Harpreet Singh joining us from India. Dr. Harpreet Singh? No, okay. So that means he has not been able to make it out to join us online. Okay, so I skip that and then I go on to the next. Dr. Arun Mittal or Neelam Chaturvedi. We have Professor Chaturvedi here already with the other session. He will be presenting and also chairing the session there. But then the co-author, please IT check. No, none from that. Okay, so then yes, it's now turn of Miss Reet Rizal to start your presentation.
Thank you so much, Session Chair. My name is Reet Rizal, and I'm from Midwest University, working as an expert in Policy Lab. So the topic for my presentation today is unleashing creativity in the workplace, exploring the power of career commitment, personal job fit, personal organization fit, and psychological safety in the vibrant Nepalese service sector. Next slide, please. The overall presentation will outline as follows. We'll discuss about what really is creativity, similarly followed by objectives, research methodology, result discussions, and we'll head toward recommendations and conclusions. If you have any queries, you may ask in the end of the session. Next slide, please. Yeah, actually, every organizations want. Okay, thank you. Which one? Okay, sure. It's okay. You can. Organization worldwide seeks to foster creative work environment that empowers employees to generate new ideas and solve complex problems. As we know, creativity is everlasting and most important in any organizations that drive innovations and growth in organizations. You know that the most of the creativity, maintaining those kind of creativity is very challenging task. So in this paper, I will try to examine the most pertinent factors that could potentially help service sector in knowing how can better achieve creativity. So the factors that I have identified for further analysis is career commitment, personal job fit, personal organizational fit, psychological safety. These are the factors that I've identified for the further analysis. As I chose the service sector because it drives me in a very uplifting manner, because the most of the GDP of Nepal is driven by service sector, about 61%. So the overall service sector, so when I did a lot of extensive research, there was a lack of survey-based investigation, so I opted to deal with this topic. Next slide, please. It's normal. So the overall research will examine to understand the factors contributing to creativity in the workplace, to analyze the relationship between career commitment, personal job fit, personal organization fit, psychological safety, and creativity, and to provide a practical implication for enhancing creativity in the Nepalese service sector. Based on the research hypothesis, research objective, these are the several hypotheses formed. So the overall research was based on these conceptual framework. First, to find out whether there was a significant relationship between personal job fit and employee creativity. Next, we had the opportunity to navigate whether there was a potential in a significant relationship between the personal organization fit and employee creativity. Similarly, if there was a potential significant relationship between career commitment and creativity. So you can see there, you have identified 2 independent variables, followed by 1 mediated variables, and 1 psychological safety as a moderator variables. Yeah. Next slide. The overall research was based on the positive perspective deductive approach. I opted the causal comparative research design with a sample size of 439, and the overall data was analyzed using descriptive and inferential analysis, that is structural equation model using AMOS. The sampling was actually done with the help of snowball sampling, and the primary data was collected through the use of structural equation model. So the key finding of my research was that the majority of the respondents were from the age group of 40 to 50 years, with the majority of the respondents were male, and they had the work experience of less than 1 year. And the overall data was analyzed using scrutiny and overall and using the various confirmatory factor analysis and exploratory factor analysis. So the overall item that was about 31 items with 5 factors on it. So none of the items were excluded because there was no weak commonalities and cross-loading issues. So the sample size was, as the camo displayed that the sample size was adequate and was ready for the final analysis. Overall model fit indices says that the overall data was acceptable, so we headed for the path analysis, and the result showed that there was a significant and statistical relationship between employee creativity and personal job fit. Similarly, there was, however, the results showed that there was no significant relationship between employee creativity and personal job fit. But there was significant relationship between career commitment with personal job fit, personal organization fit, and career commitment. So there was also mediated tested where the career commitment was was accepted as a mediation tested, where the hypothesis was supported because there was significant the mediation between personal job fit and employee creative was mediated by career commitment. Similarly, the result also showed that career commitment had a significant mediating effect on personal job, organization fit, and employee creativity. So there was also tested of moderations, where actually what it showed that there was no moderation effect of psychological safety in increasing personal job fit and employee creativity. Similarly, there was also an insignificant relationship between employee creativity and personal organization fit in terms of moderation of psychological safety. So the overall recommendation that I would like to provide to the various stakeholders, first and primarily, being myself being a policymaker, I would like to dive into that. There should be a practical promotions of creating that kind of policy that would improve job and organization fit, such as thorough assessment during hiring and ongoing training opportunities. Similarly, managers should opt and also prioritize creating an inclusive environment where they promote the opportunity for creating creativity and inclusive culture. Managers should also recognize and reward creative and innovative employees. So I would like to request all the future researchers who would like to opt certain kind of topic which would potentially make a future direction, as I would like to suggest one topic with regard to this. So I'd like to say though, if we could potentially do additional longitudinal studies in this topic would also create a futuristic model. In conclusion, organizations should focus on enhancing personal job fit and personal organization fit to foster employee creativity and career commitment through supportive policies, management practices, and continued research. Thank you all for your attentions, and yes, if you have any queries, these are my references. You may look over there as well. Thank you so much for heading my presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Rit Rizal. So, any question, any curiosity on our research, on our equation model that's here shown here? No question? Okay, that means, yeah, you are making her life easier. Anyway. Okay, thank you so much. There will be remarks from the session chair at last. Okay, so please be seated. After this, I request Kishore Gautam. He is the academic coordinator of BBA program at Global College International. He is a renowned faculty of finance as well. Slides. Kishore Gautam, yes. Kishore Kumar Gautam.
Thank you, Global College International, for this wonderful opportunity. Today, I am going to present my thesis on the topic talent management practices and organizational performance and mediating role of organizational commitment. I am Kishore Kumar Gautam, a faculty of Global College International. I used to teach financial accounting and this thesis was completely based on 2019 to 2021. At that time, Nepalese bank sector earned a lot of profit one side, and another side our employee turnover was high. Based on that scenario, I started one research related to talent management practices. And this thesis was completely designed for human resource management practices as well as financial performance. Next. And especially in this thesis, I examined the mediating role of organizational commitment of bank employees in the relationship between talent management practices and organizational performance. On the other hand, there was main objective impact of talent management practices on organizational performance. It was my background of the thesis. And next, sir. So, based on the literature review, I found in Nepalese context, there was a little bit research on talent management practices at that time. So, based on a resource-based view and I cannot see properly. Okay. Next, sir. Next. So, at that time, my research question was, what is the relationship among talent management practices and organizational commitment, similarly, and organizational performance in the context of banking sector of Nepal? And another research question was, to what extent does organizational commitment play a mediating role in the relationship between talent management practices and organizational performance? The main objective of the thesis was to examine the mediating role of organizational commitment in the relationship between talent management practices and organizational performance, especially in the context of Nepalese commercial bank. So these are the objective of the thesis. So based on a resource-based view, I propose conceptual framework for this thesis, and that framework was adopted from Colin and Manali 2009, similarly Luna 2015, and Mensa 2015 model. And in this model, next, sir, we can see talent management practices was independent variable. Under talent management practices, I measure 3 different variables: talent attraction, talent development, and talent retention. Similarly, organizational performance was dependent variable, and organizational commitment was mediating variable. Next, sir. Population of the study was officer level and manager level employee of all commercial bank of Nepal, and sampling method was used, probability sampling, under which I used a stratified sampling method. Similarly, sample size was calculated based on Daniel 1995, which was very popular formula to calculate sample size, and analytical descriptive research design was approached in this thesis work. Similarly, source of data, I distributed questionnaire to all managers and operating level employees of Nepalese commercial bank at that time. Next, sir. And this was the statistical tool I used while analyzing the data. So under this thesis, I used descriptive statistic to measure the status of talent management practices, similarly organizational commitment and organizational performance. On the other hand, common method bias was measured using the Harmon's single factor theory, and multicollinearity test was tested based on VIF or tolerance limit. Okay. So similarly, normality or diagnosis used by skewness test, a PP plot, QQ plot, and compare mean was calculated. Similarly, correlation analysis was used to test the association between a study variable. On the other hand, Cronbach alpha also used to test the reliability. Similarly, confirmative factor analysis was used to measure the validity of the model. Finally, mediating role was tested based on path analysis model and structure equation modeling under MO software used to calculate the research questions. And finding of this thesis, we can see based on a structure equation modeling, I used this model to test the theory, and confirmative factor analysis was performed, and all the criteria was met to test the model. And this was the path analysis, how I measured the mediating impact of organizational commitment in the relationship between talent management practices and organizational performance. Finally, here we can see different hypotheses which I was proposed during the thesis, and all hypotheses were accepted based on our data. Search change गर्नु सबै hypothesis को result. And finally, what I found in Nepalese banking scenario, all employees were attracted very carefully, and similarly top level management developed employees, while retention time they were failed, and retention level of employees was very poor. In my thesis, I conclude that based on data, talent management practices seems little bit good, but retention policy of bank is really poor, which I observed based on interview also. Okay, I did some interview related to top level management of banking sector. At that time, they reported that retention policy is not so good as compared to talent attraction and talent development. And finally, conclusion of this thesis is all the model which I was proposed in this thesis was completely valid and reliable. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, we will also ask you question later and pass remarks. He will be coming back again. He is managing the students of his BBA who are also defending their thesis, GRP. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please be seated here. After this, we will help you. Yes, we will facilitate you. So, without much ado, now I request Kavita Khanal ma'am. Please, get ready and do the presentation of a paper. Her paper is Work-Life Balance Among Medical Doctors of Selected Teaching Hospitals of Kathmandu. Yes, she's focusing on work-life balance. You want to have this? Okay, fine. Or you can also take.
Thank you, Devraj sir, for providing this opportunity today. Respected ma'am and all the participants present here. I am Kavita Khanal. Currently, I am working as a head of Department of National Open College for Healthcare Management Program. I am pursuing PhD from IIHMR University, Jaipur, India. And my topic is, today I am going to present this thesis paper in this occasion. And my title is Work-Life Balance Among Medical Doctors, a study on Nepalese medical doctors practicing in teaching hospitals of Kathmandu Valley. Next slide, please. Next. And the presentation outline goes this way: introduction, objectives, methodology, results, and conclusion. Pointer, sir. And the introduction. Work-life balance has now become a sensitive issue because it offers the obvious benefit to the organization and its employee. Work-life balance on an individual can bring phenomenal changes in their life and can also heavily impact on society. The ever-expanding healthcare industry of Nepal is a large resource area for patient satisfaction, job stress among employees. Work-life balance of medical doctors have still not drawn an attention to on the ground of research gap and significance. This researcher aim to have the comprehensive research among medical doctors for their work-life balance. The PhD research aim to measures level of work-life balance satisfaction among Nepalese doctors who are practicing in Nepal. It also aimed to determine the major causes and the association with work-life balance. Moving towards the objectives of this study, the general objectives of this study to study the level of work-life balance, job satisfaction, and intention to stay in the current position among Nepalese doctors who are working in teaching hospitals in Kathmandu Valley. And now the specific objectives are to describe the domains of work-life balance as in work, interference with personal life interference with work, and the work-personal life enhancement of medical doctors, to describe the job satisfaction level of medical doctors, to describe the intention to stay of medical doctors in their profession, to find out the association of work-life balance with job satisfaction and intention to stay of medical doctors. And moving towards the methodology, the study design was the analytical cross-sectional study area teaching hospitals of Kathmandu Valley, 5 teaching hospitals, and the study population was the medical doctors practicing in teaching hospital. Sample size was 372 considering the finite population formula, and the sampling technique, PPS technique, judgmental sampling were adopted. And the sample were drawn from respective teaching hospital in this basis. We can see in table. And the inclusion criteria for this study was the MBBS specialist doctor who were registered with NMC and hold the license to practice in Nepal, doctors who were citizens of Nepal, and the doctors who were currently practicing in IT teaching hospital of Kathmandu Valley only. And the data collection technique and tool were the self-administration technique was adopted. Work-life balance 15-item 5-point Likert scale developed by Hammond in 2005, standard scale. And the job satisfaction 20 items 5-point Likert scale, Minnesota satisfaction scale, standard scale. And the intention to stay for 2-item 5-point Likert scale, standard scale. Data management and analysis were done by using the SPSS version 16. Descriptive statistics were computed. Chi-square tests were applied to find out the association of work-life balance with job satisfaction and intention to stay. Ethical approval were obtained from IIHMR, University of India, and for the context-related approval, ethical clearance were further taken from Nepal Health Research Council. Approval from each hospitals were taken, confidentiality of the respondent were secured, written informed consent were obtained from the participant. And moving towards the level of work-life balance, we can see the work interference with personal life. There is the poor work-life balance, such that 58% have the poor work-life balance. And personal life interference with work, the 50% have the poor work-life balance. Likewise, work personal life enhancement, we can see the 54% have the good work-life balance. And in total work-life balance, 57% have the poor work-life balance. And moving towards the level of job satisfaction, there is a 50-50 high level of job satisfaction we can see in 51%, and low level of job satisfaction, that is 59%. Then we can see in intention to stay, high level of intention to stay, that means 51%, and low level of intention to stay, that means 49%. And moving towards the association of work-life balance and job satisfaction, there is a significant relation between the work-life balance and job satisfaction. Likewise, intention to stay, there is no significant relation association was seen in this research. And in conclusion, the findings of this study show that the less than half of the participants had high level of job satisfaction, work-life balance, and intention to stay. There was no significant association was observed between work-life balance and intention to stay. However, there was association of work-life balance with job satisfaction. And the recommendation for this study is the strategy for work-life balance and training programs should be aligned to medical doctors by respective institutions, thereby making positive decision in intention to stay at the job and reduce the turnovers. As this is an exploratory attempt to access work-life balance among medical doctors in teaching hospitals, further research shall be focused on the general hospitals too. Thank you.
Any question to Ms. Kavita Khanal? On handbook we have mentioned India, but it will be written Nepal. Okay, later on we will amend it. Yes. Anyone giving out any question to her regarding work-life balance of the medical doctors in Kathmandu? Okay. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
You will get the remarks from the session chair later. Okay, after this, IT, please check. Anyone online on Zoom ready to present the paper? Barbie Singh or Balin Hajarika? Dr. Balin. Sorry? No, Barbie Singh? No. Okay. Dr. Sneha Chaurasia, she is in the next session. And who is there? What is her name? Vishaka. Okay. Vishaka, are you ready? Can you hear me, Vishaka?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir. I am ready.
Okay. You are now joining from?
Sorry, sir?
Where are you joining from?
Oh, I'm joining from Canada, sir.
Okay. Can you please show us for a while? It is because this is your defense and so your surrounding. Yeah, just make it visible, not a blurred background. Transparent background.
Just a minute, I will change.
Okay, we have session chair, says Dr. S. Bidya, expertised on HR management. Okay, the associate professor at Amity University in India.
Okay, sir.
So you will be provided maximum 10 minutes. Please try to wind up within 10 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Start. Share your screen.
Okay, is my screen visible at your end?
Any question you are asking?
Yeah, I'm ready, sir.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. So this is me, Vishakha, from Global College International, the fourth batch of MBA 2024. So I'm here to present you my graduate research project, and the topic of my project is impact of branding on consumer loyalty towards non-life insurance companies in Kathmandu Valley. Let's get started. We have the presentation outline, which includes all the topic that has been included in the research. There is background of study to the future research. Let's get started with the background. We have studied the non-life insurance based on different previous studies. The non-life insurance is crucial for protecting against things like property damage and accident. There is a high competition in non-life insurance, so having a recognizable brand is essential for attracting and keeping the customer to know how well non-life insurance policies work. It's important to understand what customers think about them, as highlighted by Johnson in 2019. Moving toward the literature review, we have studied literature on theoretical concept and literature on empirical evidences as well. The literature review on theoretical concept includes the Keller's brand equity model, which was done in 1993. The consumer perception of a brand shape their loyalty, forming the foundation of understanding how branding element build brand equity and support consumer loyalty. And the consumer decision-making process by Engel, Blackwell, and Miller, 1995, it helps us to understand how people gather information and make choices, guiding our understanding of how branding influences consumer decision and brand loyalty works. Also, we have some studies by Pokhrel and Joshi 2022, which investigates the influence of digital platforms on consumer perception, and Johnson and Lama 2017, which explored the concept of brand loyalty as a form of relationship commitment. Moving forward toward the review of empirical evidence, we first have the Zakada 2008, which explains the insurers or the customers are changing how they do the business because of the challenges in culture, operations, and the market, making them to rethink how to retain customers. And Just Bahadur Gurung, 2010-11, this study shows that there was a noteworthy increase in number of insurance policies in the insurance companies. And the study by Jagandi and the group in 2011, it explored service branding, examining its impact on service quality and how service quality in turn influenced the customer loyalty. And the study by McKinsey 2012 focuses on the importance of marketing in auto insurance and offers fresh insight into understanding how customers make their decision. Moving forward towards the research gap, in 2019, a study of Carcassonne and the Peterburger investigated factors influencing customer purchase intention for non-life insurance using the theory of reasoned action model. It was found that attitude toward product has stronger retention with purchase intention than subjective norms. The study identified a gap in understanding the impact of quality on consumer loyalty in context of non-life insurance, emphasizing the need for further study. The statement of problem highlights the needs to understand how customers react to branding strategy for non-life insurance in Nepal, aiming to improve the customer loyalty. Moving forward towards the objective of the study, the objective of the study is to examine the relationship between all the dependent variable and the independent variables. It examines the relationship between consumer loyalty and company's brand in the non-life insurance sector of Kathmandu Valley. Similarly, consumer loyalty towards towards quality and marketing communication and consumer loyalty. Similarly, all the dependent variable and independent variable are included on this. Going towards the research question, each question here, the research question, each question aims to uncover specific aspect influencing consumer loyalty in non-life insurance sector in Kathmandu Valley, providing insights into product quality, branding, marketing, communication, long-term perspective, and internal factors. The research hypothesis, each hypothesis in this research is focused to explore into different aspects to understand their impact on consumer loyalty in non-life insurance. There is an impact of quality of product.
Speed on, next. Try to show us the results, analysis and the results.
Sure. So we have the dependent and independent variables here. So the dependent variable is customer loyalty, where the independent variable is quality of product, brand repositioning, balanced communication, trade change, and trendsetter. Long-term perspective and internal factors. So the research design is here. The population sample, we have taken 200 respondents. Among them, only 153 respondents gave us a result. So let's get started with the results, the data analysis. So first we have the descriptive statistics. This table provides a view on mean, standard deviation, minimum and maximum of the responses of each variable in the study. In study, the long-term perspective has the highest mean score, which is 3.6487, whereas the standard deviation is 0.57066, and making the score minimum and maximum ranges from 1.40 to 5 as the maximum. Moving forward, we have the correlation analysis. The table presents a correlation matrix indicating strength and direction of relationship between different variables. Improvement in one factor is associated with positive changes in others. Significance is 0.01 level, and it is a two-tailed, which means that the observed relation between two variables is unlikely to have occurred by random chance. Moving forward towards the regression analysis, here we have the model summary. The model, according to this table, the R value is 0.714 and the R score is 0.510. Adjusted R score is 0.490. The adjusted R score shows 49% of the customer's loyalty can be explained by 5 independent variables: quality of product, marketing communication, brand repositioning, change and trendsetter, and other internal factors. It indicates that the relationship between dependent variable and independent variable are very strong. Moving towards ANOVA, it assesses the overall significance of the regression model in predicting loyalty. The model total sum of score is 65.583, which is divided into sum of square for regression 33.446 and for residual 32.137. Coefficients. The value of independent variable quality of product is 0.388 at 10% level of significance. It is approved when independent variable quality of product will be increased by 1 unit on an average. Dependent variable consumer loyalty will be increased by 0.388 unit. And on the other hand, the other internal factors, coefficient value is it is in negative 0.146 at 10% level significance, which suggests on average, if other internal factor increase by unit 1, the loyalty is expected to be decreased by negative 0.146.
So can you please put on some highlights on the interpretation of what your results, those figures, what are they speaking out?
Sorry?
What those figures, your coefficient results, What is the meaning now? Please tell us the meaning.
Okay, then I'll move to the findings where we have the meaning for the result. The study found that the long-term perspective has the highest impact on customer loyalty, and while the brand repositioning has the least impact. And the Conference alpha also indicates a very good internal consistency, and a strong positive correlation were observed between quality of product and loyalty. The regression model also explains that when there is a 49% of study area with a significant relation between variables. Let's move toward the summary. This study examines the impact of branding on non-life insurance companies in Kathmandu, focusing on factors like quality of product, brand repositioning, and marketing communication with 153 surveyed customers. It uncovers strong positive correlation between customer loyalty and these factors, demonstrating their significant influence. The findings provide valuable insight for strategic decision in non-life insurance sector. And finally, the conclusion. The study explores the loyalty to non-life insurance companies in Kathmandu, examining factors like product quality, marketing, and internal aspects collected from diverse respondents through online and printed survey. The research highlights the significant impact of product quality, marketing communication, and internal factor on the loyalty, offering valuable insight for the non-life sectors. So here we have the discussion from Sakada 2008 and McKinsey 2012. Both have a touch upon the evolving nature of insurance market and the significance of customer retention. However, McKinsey's emphasizes on the extended window for influencing auto insurance shopper, add a unique perspective, and Roy 2012 and Steve 2016 shared the common theme of recognizing brand loyalty as a critical factor in the insurance industry. However, they differ in their focus, with Roy examining brand loyalty for a consumer perspective and Steve King addressing the challenging of low brand loyalty in the industry. Finally, for the recommendation, this study in Kathmandu explores how branding impacts customer loyalty in non-life insurance. It offers practical insights for cost-effective customer retention strategy, especially during policy renewals. The findings benefit Nepalese insurance professionals, suggesting potential for future research to develop into additional factors beyond marketing. The future scope of this thesis opens avenue for further research in realm of customer loyalty toward non-life insurance companies in Nepal. The future study could delve into exploring innovative strategy for enhancing brand loyalty, considering the evolving landscape of insurance market.
Okay, Visakha, you can stop it here. So please listen to a few questions from the external. She is also the session chair for one of the sessions here, and she is now performing the external for you, okay, from Amity University. And Dr. Vidya, you can have your question to her.
Okay. So, Visakha, yeah, first of all, I just want to tell this nice presentation and exactly how an MBA student will track that, project as like that you have followed it. And I have a few questions in that. The first question, the reviews, based upon the reviews. The review is the very basic thing for all the research, right? So, how many years of reviews you have covered for your project?
Actually, I didn't.
Which year? That is 1956, 1986?
Okay, just let me move back to the slide.
Only 10 years you have focused, or last 5 years?
No, I went randomly. I just searched for the research, the reviews that were most likely to match with my study. So it was not like 10
How you
years
can
or so.
how you can identify which is like a match with your study? That is, which reviews match with your study?
Okay, I mainly focused on the independent variables, which
Where you got it? Where you got the independent variable? Whether you have selected for your own or?
Pardon, ma'am, I could not get that.
No, our question is like you selected the research, right? And you
Yeah.
said I selected the research connected with my independent variables. So where are those independent variables coming before you reviewed the literature? That's our question.
So the main thing it is all the MBA students, even the PhD scholars, I have seen that most of them have completed the PhD, but many of them are not able, still now, they are not able to sit and read a single paper entirely. This is my common suggestion for everyone. Read the paper entirely, what's there in that, what it is actually opt for your paper, that is match for your paper. That only you need to find out. Once if you are taking in any variable, I'm coming to the visa, like you said to me that like you have taken this and that is this variable, independent variable from that other paper. So that also need to be finalized based upon some review papers. Okay, that should not exceed more than 20 years back. At least you need to cover it last 5 years, 10 years. If you're not able to cover it up last 5 years, you can extend 7 years or 10 years papers. After the COVID, lot of changes are happening in this. That should be followed, all the researchers. That should be followed. Like you guys may think that nothing changes happen. In business, it got a lot of very big impact is that. So you guys need to see the research. Last 5 years, what happened actually in the business. It is there. It's available. Lot of open sources are available. Please check. After that, finalize your variables. That tracks your study exactly where you want to reach. That's the one, my suggestion. And also, you are not able to answer my question. Huh? That's the reason. You are not able. I have seen that like back, 1950, 1960s, the reviews. Those reviews are not at all help you to develop any study. Okay, that's one thing. And after that, so once if you fix the review, exact review, rest of the things will be go as like the process, research process. And the final thing, I'm coming to the research. Research methodology part, and after that, okay, leave the research methodology. As an MBA student, I can understand. I will go to the analysis part. In that, regression you have mentioned. Whether you have to, that is, you said to me that adjusted R square, ma'am, it is 14 point. Whether you have to mention, that is, take the R squared or adjusted R squared, which one you will be confirmed. So the prediction regression, whenever you are taking now, you can't even take the adjusted R squared. The R squared only will be considered all the independent variable, whether it is less impact with the dependent or high impact with the dependent, whatever it is. It will tell. The R squared, exact the proposition of prediction it will be tell. But adjusted R square, which is have a high impact of the predicted variable, that is, dependent variable, that prediction only will. So please avoid that. That's one suggestion. And yeah, rest of the things are fine. And one more thing also missing, the managerial implication. Can you please explain that? If you have done. What is the managerial implication? MBA student. That is that.
If you don't have, please note it down and you need to endorse.
Yeah, I'm noting it down.
Every point, every element.
So the managerial implication, that is very, very important. That's the reason you are all studying all theories and everything. Whenever you are sitting in the class, you may get bored, but that you know. Okay? Yeah, that's all my side.
Sure.
Thank you,
Thank you
Dr.
so much,
Vidya.
ma'am.
And Visakha, listen, last decision, okay? So, by the way, we won't ask you to redefend. We won't ask you because you are in Canada and then, of course, no hassles anymore. But then it doesn't mean we will accept your thesis as such. So please do rectify, do amend each and every component that even Dr. Vidya pointed out. And she has pointed out lots of things, starting from the literature, first of all. As your research thesis comes to us, okay, we would like to see now that I have been instructing this, not beyond, not below, not before 2015. Don't go before 2015. That has been our instruction. Okay, please adhere to this, stick to it, and then amend your thesis, and then send it to us for the signature. Okay. So anyway, for defense, we're not going to call you anymore. Okay.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another job, 30 to 40 minutes now. We have our MBA last sem students. They want to defend their proposal. So I give you 3 to 4 minutes maximum. Okay? Because I know that's a proposal, right? 3 to 4 minutes maximum. And then, yes, of course, Dr. Vidya will keep record of what you are speaking out there, what your design is, and then we will pass comments, and accordingly, we may ask you, we may say yes to the proposal or ask you to rectify again, right? Right, ma'am? So let's begin. So without any delay, because by 5:30 we have to be off. We'll be tired, fatigued. Now, Monica, are you there? 4 minutes, please, quick. So I will simply tick here, okay? Anybody's proposal accepted, tick mark. Not accepted, cross. My job. And can you please manage your slides there, pre-hand, before you come here? Everyone, yeah, be on a queue. Time, yes, time saving. Yeah. You can stand here. 4 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I am Monica Sainzu and representing batch 2021 fall intake. I am the student of Global College International. Today I am here to present my proposal thesis. So the topic of my thesis is total quality management practices and organizational performance in selected dairy industries of Kathmandu Valley.
Okay, you just speak out the background. Speak it. No need to read.
Okay. Actually, the total quality management is the holistic approach that deals with the organizational function to meet the customer need and the organizational objectives through the productivity, quality, and competitiveness. Here, some of the scholars have given the various definitions relating to the total quality management. And actually,
IT, please. IT, please help her. Change the slide. Yeah.
You back to 1 minute.
Back. Go back.
Is this back or no?
What do you need?
So first, okay. Nepal is a country still far behind the rest of the world in the development, and one of the reason is the lack of quality, and manufacturing sector represents almost the major portion of the industry in the Nepal, which is 41%, and among them dairy industries also represent the major among the manufacturing sector. So the statement of the problem represents that mostly in developed countries, TQM is considered as the key quality or the key issue that helps to develop the standard of the living and the competitiveness of the industries. So this is the same with the developing countries as well. So total quality management should be maintained in the manufacturing industries in order to cope with the pressures that come from the foreign competitors. This is the research question, which represents what is the existing position of TQM practices in dairy industries? Is there any relationship between the TQM practices and organizational performance, and what is the impact of those TQM practices and organizational performance in the dairy industries of the Kathmandu Valley. So the objectives of the study represents to measure the existing position of the TQM practices in dairy industries, to evaluate the relationship between the TQM practices and the organizational performance, and the last one is to analyze the impact of the top management commitment and leadership, employee participation, customer focus, training and education and recognition, and organizational culture with the organizational performance.
You now, please report your literature review at this point. How this, all the hypotheses and the concepts that you adopted, where you adopted from. Can you just summarize the literature in 1 minute?
Okay, sir. So actually the article was, the base article that I reviewed was about the total quality management and the organizational performance within the construction chemical companies of the Jordan. But in Nepal, the research related to those TQM practices and the total quality management and the organization performance was not found, very few, but just relating to the financial institutions. So as I work in the dairy industries, so and almost the dairy industries are almost related to the quality, so that's why
you can stop.
No research paper was found.
Okay, how many research papers you reviewed for this to have this concept?
Maybe 10, sir, actually.
And you are defending proposal with 10 research papers?
No, sir,
okay, Vidya ma'am, your remarks, please.
Thesis also was there, but
okay,
leave to the financial.
I just want to ask you a topic. Okay, TQM and organizational performance. How you will evaluate both the things? Tell me.
Evaluate. So the thesis was actually between the relationships, so that how the
relationship you will find out later on. Okay, you want to know, na? That is, you said TQM. TQM, it's a broader one, right? Which model you are going to take, and you want to check the organizational performance. How you will evaluate the organization performance? On what basis?
On the basis of the limited variables, just 5 variables I have taken.
You have taken 5 variables by referring at 10 reviews.
5
How come?
variables.
You are saying there is no paper in Nepal.
No.
Have you gone through only 10 research papers? How can you assume and claim that there are no research papers in Nepal?
No, research papers are there, but relating to the dairy, I was meant to say that relating to the dairy industries was not there. So I was just...
Manika, I can say that there is no clarity what you are doing. Okay, literally, when I saw the topic, I revoke it. That's what I can say this. Like blindly don't take any topic and run behind it.
It didn't make a lot of sense. As I heard, your clarity, it was not making that much of sense. First of all, TQM, the concept model of the TQM, what models are emerging, evolving, out in the global arena, and what models are adaptable here, contextualized here. Dairy, dairy, that is one sector only. We will come down to dairy later, right? First of all, we have to be on that TQM and organization.
You are taking manufacturing industry, right?
Yeah.
In manufacturing industry, which TQM model you can implement? What they are following it? Normally, in Nepal.
Industry and TQM. TQM in that industry.
Did you die? That is, you have to do back work. That is back and work if you have done. Like
okay, next one. Silpa. Silpa, please try. You may have to change your topic as well. We will discuss it later. No, paper chicks are, you can have the guidance, reference of so many people, but still you have to work.
You can go ahead with it, but you need to find out what exactly you want to
be clear.
It's more broader. The topic is more broader.
Chenota literature नहीं, इनको claim मिले ना मारे बात. कहाँ से citation कहाँ से? हम तो मार 50 plus में जाऊँ ना. Hello. Hold on,
Say thank you, Professor, for your valuable service.
I didn't just asking that.
So, go beyond at least 50 research papers. धेरै छ मैले पढाएको छु टिटिएम ढुन्डी सरकै छ टिटिएममा he is expert of TTM. He has his own research paper.
Good evening, my respected teachers, ma'am, and everybody present here. I'm Silpa Acharya from MBA 4th SEM, and I'm a student of the Global College International. I want to extend my sincere gratitude for this opportunity to present my thesis proposal today. And the topic of my proposal is analysis of factor influencing the employee turnover and creation of effective retention strategies in Nepal Investment Mega Bank of Kathmandu. Slides.
Hold on. Just contemplating that slides they're popping out. Okay. You can see.
So next. So this is the outline of my presentation, which includes background of this study to the regression analysis. So my background includes all about the employee retention. Employee retention is a process where the employees leaves the company. In the present context of the organizational scenario, it's very difficult to retain the employee for a long time. That's why it's necessary for every organization to adopt some of the policies in order to hold their employees for longer period of time. So the second is the statement of the problem. As Nepal is a developing country, it is facing the problem of employee turnover in a high rate. As we know, high turnover employee, it increases the cost of the organization, and it also addresses some of the working environment issues, while low turnover generally indicates the employee satisfaction and the stability. So the main concern in this, the main concern will be all about how to retain the employees. So next slide. So my research question is, what is the existing position of compensation, training and development, career growth, work environment on employee turnover? And the next question is there any relationship between compensation, training and development, career growth, environment on employee turnover? And the last research question will be, does there is impact of compensation, training and development, career growth and work environment on the employee turnover? So next slides. So the objectives of my study is to measure the existing position of the compensation, training and development, career growth, work environment on the employee turnover. Second one is to determine the relationship between compensation, training and development, career growth, work environment on employee turnover. And the third objectives will be to analyze the impact of the compensation, training and development, career growth and environment on the employee turnover. So the significance of this study is, as this study focuses on the turnover of the employees, it helps the managers to identify the factors which affect the turnover and helps to mitigate the upcoming results.
Now speak, summarize.
So talking about the literature review, as we know, the employee retention is highly prevailing in some of the banking sectors. I have gone through the many articles and I have presented lots of citation over the literature review. So based on all the research gap, the theoretical framework has been developed, which includes the independent and the dependent variable. The independent variable includes compensation, training and development, career growth, work environment, whereas employee turnover will be my dependent variable.
Okay, now conclude your how many papers and which one is the most important of them?
Sorry, sir?
You reviewed how many papers and which one is the most important? That is closest to this topic.
So you mean to say which, how many articles did I reviewed?
How many research papers, theses, theories, let's say?
I reviewed 3 to 4. Yeah, to be honest, I just reviewed 3 to 4.
Thank you for being honest. So we don't really want to pass our comments.
Okay.
Please work on it and defend next time.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
One suggestion.
Yeah, the topic is fine, but you are like considering the training and development factor, right? So in your thesis, one objective you can make it, but before training, after training, what will be the like employee turnover rate? You just identify that. Because my PhD topic also is regarding employee retention only. So what happened is I got done in my hotel industry. So my research topic also is regarding employee retention, okay? But I have done in a hotel industry, service industry in that. So exactly after the training, the employee turnover is so high. So we can predict it. What need to be given, to whom we have to give, those things we can do. As a manager, future managers, right? You need to know. Yeah, these are all like, it's important. Right now you guys can think that the project is not at all important. But some reputed companies based upon the project only, they will recruit you. It's good topic, little bit effort you need to put.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Next one. Salu. Your slides there?
I've already given it.
A very good evening to everyone present here. I am Shalini Upane from MBA 4th semester Global College International. And the topic for my research proposal would be factors affecting employee job satisfaction of Kumari Bank Limited. Here are some outlines for my presentation that will include all the, that will be included in the slides.
Shalu,
yes,
go back.
Go back to your topic.
Okay.
For what purpose you are doing this?
To know the employee job satisfaction.
In which company? Bank?
Yes.
I can say they are not at all satisfied. Because more than 8 hours they are working, how come they will be satisfied? Why I have to do the project?
No, ma'am, I didn't get you clearly.
Serious question, this is.
Yeah, I didn't get you. Can I?
The thing is,
Yes.
you are doing in a
banking sector. Yes.
taking in a banking sector,
Yes,
and
yes,
you want
sure.
to know this employee job satisfaction.
Yes.
That is a positive asset. A positive is missing. So employees job satisfaction. How come you will get? Even one of my friends,
Yes.
she is working in Bank of Baroda in India as agriculture manager.
Yes.
She is not at all satisfied.
Yes.
She is a MSc.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Earning a lot, everything is fine,
Yeah.
not satisfied.
Okay.
Why? In the sense, it's heavy workload. After 6 only, they have to sit in the office and they need to finish each and every day's accounts. They had to tally it. After that only, they can go back to their home.
Yeah.
As a single lady and carrying a son, how come? I can tell the result right now itself. Not satisfied. Why I have to do the project?
Okay.
Time waste, money waste.
And cases
Okay.
west.
Okay. I'll take it into consideration.
No. You
Yeah,
change
thank you.
this topic.
That's
Okay,
it.
sure,
This
sure.
is lavishly understood topic.
Okay, okay,
Even
sure.
Nepali context, no one is satisfied in the bank, except
Okay.
the CEO, I guess.
I can't say this. Some of them are satisfied as they want to pay the EMIs.
Oh, yeah.
They need the job. That's it.
Something that has not been yet addressed. This has been addressed a lot.
Okay, sure. I'll be changing it. I'll take it into consideration. Yeah.
In India, I just want to mark it here. In India, few topics. Work-life balance, this job satisfaction, employee motivation, those topics are banned. None of the research scholars and MBA students can't take the topic.
Okay.
They are not at all allowed.
Okay. I get it.
Just
Thank you.
make
Thank you
sure.
so much.
Next one,
Thank you.
next. Sonu, please be careful. You are defending your proposal. At least you should know which are the topics, research areas already addressed, even in the cohort of this GCI. There are lots of research papers that have been around this topic, this satisfaction, job satisfaction, employee satisfaction. Don't go after this one. You must study. You must study. That's the only thing.
Good evening, everyone. I am Soni Gewali from MBA 4th batch 2021, and today I am here to present a proposal on the topic impact of banking service facility and its impact on customer satisfaction. So firstly, I would like to go with the हजुर सोनी गेवाली बटा छ सोनी बटा छ हेर्नु त
Anybody else ready? Anybody else? Please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sushma Thapa-Magar, MBA Fall 2021, with the topic of impact of e-marketing strategies on brand equity and analysis from top 10 outbound tour operators in Nepal. So this is the presentation outline for today. To begin with the background, there has been, in the context of Nepalese outbound tourism industry of Nepal, there has been numbers of studies and researches done on e-marketing strategies, brand management, brand equity, brand awareness, etc. Because most of the companies and the researches are focused on the aligning e-marketing strategies and brand equity, but there has not been any researches done to explore relationship between e-marketing strategy and brand equity in the context of tourism industry. So this study will focus on impact on brand equity by e-marketing strategies and will demonstrate the effects by studying the variables under those matters. The objectives of this study is to measure the existing position of e-marketing strategies practices by outbound tour operators and analyze the relationship between e-marketing strategies and brand equity and its dimensions. We will work under three hypotheses to analyze the relationship between e-marketing strategies and the brand equity. The study will hold significant implication on both academic understanding and practical application. Regarding limitation and delimitation of this study, due to industry trend fluctuations in e-marketing holds dynamic nature. By choosing only top 10 outbound tour operators from Nepal and their customers, only may hinder the thorough analysis. This study also will focus on only 4 strategies under e-marketing and only 2 dimensions from brand equity. And those are under, in my next slide you will get that. For the literature review, can I go there? I have reviewed 6 different literatures, and 2 of them are models which I have applied in this study. This will be my this study will follow technology acceptance model by Davis and customer-based brand equity model by Keller, where independent variables under e-marketing strategies will be e-marketing, social media presence and marketing, innovative technologies, and content marketing, where on the other hand, dependent variables will be brand equity and its dimension, brand awareness, and brand loyalty.
Okay, Susma, you just please try to conclude what you would like to bring.
Yes, sir, almost done.
Yeah. Tell us what you would like to bring out of this.
So my main focus will be to identify, measure the impact, measure the relationship between e-marketing strategies, practices done by top 10 outbound tour operators in Nepal with brand equity.
So here I have only one question.
Yes, ma'am.
You have said the e-marketing, right? It's a very big, the vast topic. So under that, exactly what you are going to focus?
So
whether you are going to focus all the different categories of the e-marketing? That
under both factors, I have mentioned only few things. Like under e-marketing, I have mentioned only email marketing, social media marketing, innovative technology, and content marketing. Rest of them are not included. As I have mentioned that I have reviewed the technology acceptance model. There are more than 7 or 8 categories under e-marketing strategies.
That I got it. Like in the newer project, I'm just asking you that whether you want to only focus that social media marketing or
no, ma'am. There are 4.
You want to focus 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Then it will be burden for you.
Yes, it will be hectic, but I will try my best for this.
Better you can do a little bit more, review of literature, find out like which marketing strategy is right now. I can say that social media marketing, that is a better one. Within that, okay.
So under social media marketing,
Yeah.
I can give another independent
Right now
variables.
that is in peak. That's
Yeah.
in peak. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, you review the literature, you will find plentiful out there. Okay.
So keep that for the support for your, why you have selected. For the SOP, you can keep it for the support. But the
Okay.
thing is like you can follow only one. I hope if you have studied that entire thing, you won't say that.
Analyzing for the results, okay?
Okay.
Should be done within only one dimension, which is social media.
All right.
So you should have.
So there is a confusion. Like if I mention only social media marketing, I will have to explore like 2 or 3 more variables under social media marketing. That will be
Yeah, that's
another sub variables.
See, e-marketing, it's it's a broader one. In that, you have to narrow down it. What exactly the strategy you are going to follow. Under the strategy, the social media marketing, if you are taking, under the social media, you may follow that other strategies, that sub-strategies will become. So that is fair enough for the MBA project.
Okay.
There are sub-streams of social media, lots of sub-streams.
Yeah, I have collected 10 or 15, I think, research papers.
Again, you try to explore more and more sub-streams of social media within that e-marketing. Okay, e-marketing is a topic. Come on.
So the topic will be e-marketing strategies under that.
You just
social-
keep it. Yeah,
All
you
right.
have to. You
Okay.
have to narrow down whenever you are going now that further in the introduction part and the research method. That time you need to mention it.
All
Based
right.
upon the review, this is the top, that peak.
But you need to justify based on the review, okay?
Okay.
The social media itself is a dimension, okay? There are lots of variables and also there are variants. Variables, then variants are lot.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, topic looks viable, right, ma'am?
Yeah.
Acceptable.
What the TAM model, whatever you have implemented, that's fine.
Yeah. And regarding that population size, everything, that is fine?
No, again
that-
it will change if you are changing a little bit. Okay, that you can decide.
Then later on, it's a
Like
methodological part.
if I collect only 10 or 15 companies and their customers,
If you are going with social media marketing,
I'll have to collect with the customers only.
then
Okay. All right then.
So
Yeah, I
topic
will
is
rework on
topic
that.
is fine. You will have to more specify the topic. Don't be highly ambitious octopus. Okay.
Yep. All right. Thank you so much.
Next, Sonu. Yeah, quick. The next person on the row, please get ready after this. Check your slides. Check everything on the system.
Good evening, everyone. I am Soni Gemali from MBA 4th Batch 2021. So today I am here to present on my proposal on the topic of impact of banking service facility on customer satisfaction. So firstly, I would like to start with the outline of the presentation. Where's the next one? Working?
No
So
need
here's
to
the-
show us outline. You go ahead.
Okay. So let's get started with the background of the study. So here I have included some citations over here where they mentioned some banking services and its impact on customer satisfaction. So again, moving forward to the next slide, there are objectives of the study where I have mentioned where the study's objectives is to measure the existing position of the physical facility, banking transactions, ATM service, flexible time and delivery service in the Nepalese commercial banks among their customers. Next one is to measure the relationship between same variables. The third one is to analyze the impact of the variables on customer satisfaction. In the next slide, there are some research questions based on the objectives. First one is, what is the existing position of the physical facilities, banking transactions, ATM service, flexible time and delivery service? Second one is there any relationship between the same variables? Third one is, what is the impact of the variables on customer satisfaction? Moving forward to the next slide.
Hold
there
on,
is the statement.
You have lots of objectives, very much mesmerizing. Okay. Can you please tell us how many years you want to spend on this thesis?
Not here.
So this specification, how many literatures you reviewed?
Around 18, 19.
Where are those literatures? Can you show us the reference?
So those literature review I have not mentioned in the slide. It's on my proposal file.
Okay. And you started from 1987 also?
Literature review, yeah. No, this is the citation.
Banking service, like service itself, that has become a very broad topic, isn't it?
Can you just go back to the topic?
Yeah.
First slide.
Listen to ma'am now.
Oh, sorry.
So impact of banking service facility on customer satisfaction. So you want to focus
On the customer.
which banking service?
No, I'm not focusing on the specific banks. I'm just
I'm not asking the specific bank. What banking service you are exactly focusing?
banking service, physical facilities, banking transactions, flexible time, service, delivery service. So this, and ATM service.
Where you are going to? In Nepal only?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So I just want to tell the same thing, what that, employee satisfaction, customer satisfaction, that's one thing. Here, you can change
In that particular banking services, you can take that right now, like everything has changed in the e-banking. That is based upon the sustainability, right? SDG goals, all are changing. Mainly, banking sectors are changing a lot. That banking services you can focus instead of this ATM, whether it is working or not, whether the passbook is printed or not. There's no use. I can say, especially State Bank of India.
request you to rework on this and then specify your
The
topic.
topic
Okay.
you need to. The
You mean
banking
that I
service.
You know it's not researchable. This is very nice for the essay writing. You can write an essay on this. Very nice services.
Just,
very nice
just
ATMs.
take, yeah. Just take the
Poor
banking
ATMs.
service.
But that is researchable. You have to make it researchable, design.
There are a lot of
Okay.
services they are giving
Please
now.
go through
Phone
literature,
banking.
Study,
You mean
refine.
to say I need to be specific on the service? Okay.
Yeah, you consult your supervisor, guide, okay, GRP guide. Now, sir, this is not researchable. Please help me. You can do that. Next one.
Okay.
Next
Thank
candidate.
you.
Bhavana Gupta. You can leave, no problem. If you want to have insights, you can sit also. Go ahead. Bhavana Gupta. Absent. Oh, Alina. Yeah. Yeah, you can stand here and then do. Okay.
Good evening, I'm Elna Shrestha from MBA 4th semester Global College International. The topic for my proposal is impact of ethical leadership on employee performance of commercial bank. Background of the study. The study of business ethics has gained importance in the system of management school in recent years. Ethics involves learning what is right or wrong and then doing the right thing. Statement of problem. The importance of adopting ethical leadership from the top management is not only important for the firm's value but also for the firm's employee, since unethical leadership may have a negative impact on both job satisfaction and performance. Here, a study by Bella's 2013 argues a negative behavioral example from the leaders is like cancer to the ethics of an organization. Next. Research question. Here are 3 research questions. Number 1 is, what is the existing position of ethical leadership, training and development, reward and punishment, discipline on employee performance? What is the relationship between ethical leadership, training and development, reward and punishment, discipline and employee performance? And the last one is, what is the effect of ethical relationship training and development, reward and punishment, discipline.
Aline, let me take this. The thing is like ethical leadership, na, whatever like you are telling, instead of taking an ethical leadership, little bit older topic, again I'm just telling, sustainability, sustainable leadership is there, na? That you just go ahead with it. And this is my kind suggestion for all the MBA students. Please read news and listen news, so that you will come to know this what's happening in the outside. Based upon that, you can do the research. Don't follow your seniors. I know that many of them are taken your senior projects, otherwise depending upon the Xerox companies, that is, photocopies, yeah, that shops, getting the project and completing MBA, it won't be help you. So please read it, and once if you're reading newspapers, articles, magazines, that will help you a lot to a different research. Always, our society and the government is expecting the novelty of research. That is what's different, what you are doing. I know many of based upon my small experience, 6 years only I have experience, teaching experience. All my MBA students, based upon their project, they got placed in good companies. And they got a project funding also from ICSSR, from that funded organization. That's what project and research. So I'm not blaming you, I'm not insulting all the MBA students, what you are doing. I'm just guiding you where you need to go, the way, the path. Clear? So try to follow that, what's going on outside. And in Nepal itself, a lot of things. After landing here, I got that, like as like in India only. Not much development, still it's developing, right? The researchers and MBA students need to help by giving wonderful projects and research to the government, at least for one organization. Clear? So take the sustainable leadership. So already, university, like there is a model, the sustainable leadership model. I'm not going to explain too much in that, it takes a lot of time. So you just search it, sustainable leadership model, you will find out, there itself variables and everything is there. Easily you can find out, and based upon that you can connect with the employee performance. That will help you. So those topics, even in the banking, banking sector, that's what I said to go with the sustainable, that is e-banking services. They started to provide, all of the banks, they started to provide. What banking service they are giving, whether the customers are satisfied or not, sure they will accept your project, the banking sectors. If you are taking only one bank, I'm not aware what are the banks are here. In India and all, we have two different types of a bank, private and public sector. So if the students are going in the sense, we will advise to them that go and find out any one bank. They need to beg, they need to go every day, and they need to show their face to the manager. They may do all the nonsense, even though they will get a chance to collect the data. After that, they will give back the project or research to the bank, so that the bank will get benefited. What actually the bank is doing and what are the things need to be developed. That's what MBA students need to do. Clear? Not for namesake, like doing in a project, getting in a mark, completing a degree. Clear? I hope like all of them all got some insight from me. And other stuffs also, I just want to share it. As you are all an MBA student, I can't tell that, like in the research part also. So you guys need to study those things. Clear? Okay, Arlen. A little change you need to do it.
Change your topic, that's it. Change specification, precision is required. It's just like, 2 + 2 is equal to 4 in the research, not 5. Okay? It's not what we call that, the synergy, it's energy you need to show. Got it? Thank you. So Bidya ma'am, you can leave now. Yeah. So Bidya ma'am is leaving because she has done a great job, for the last 2-3 hours now. And yes, tomorrow you have your sightseeing, I guess. You are joining them, right, with our team. And then of course, there is our coordinator for BHM. Okay, we are then traveling to Chitwan for the orientation, and there you will have a little delivery, myself also. Yeah, thank you so much. You can Sanjeev is coming, I guess. Yeah, Sanjeev is coming. He will take you to Hotel Tapas. Yeah? Okay, ma'am. See you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, you want to present?
No, sir.
Oh. Last. Kesla also. Professor Kesla and yeah. Okay, next presenter, defender. Ready? Lalita. Are you ready? Come. I will be here. No worries.
Hello, good evening everyone. I'm going to, myself Lalita Neupane. I'm pursuing MBA 4th SEM and I'm here to present my proposal on the topic of comparative analysis of Nepalese Development Bank, examining risks, return and performance characteristics. The term development bank is commonly applied to investment bank, bank for the financing of development project. The main objective of development bank to provide minimum and long-term loan for the establishment, development and modernization of special sector like agriculture, industries as well as other basic infrastructure related project. Risk analysis and risk management has got much importance in Nepalese economy during
Lalita,
this.
can you stop? This is, more than 1,000 papers are already done by MBA students. If you please check the archive of this Shankardev campus, okay, Central Department of TU, Kathmandu University, and why do we want to add to that?
Especially, I found many research article, journal in this topic, but I don't found much compared to commercial bank or other institution. I don't found that much article
Please check
in the development bank.
Check TU archive, KU archive. You will find so many papers are there. You can also consult your accountancy teachers. They must be knowing about it. So this topic is not researchable now because it has already been researched. We want something new, okay? Like Vidya ma'am said, something to make an impact on the banking industry. What they will understand from this topic? Nothing. Because they already know how they are doing it. Please change your topic. Okay? Yeah. Next, Shreya Lungana. I'll check that. Start. Your time begins. 4 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Today I am Shreya Lungana. MBA Spring 2021 batch. Today I am going to present my research proposal on the topic Impact of Work-Life Balance on Employee Job Satisfaction in IT Companies in Sanepa area, Lalitpur. So this is the outline of my presentation.
Go ahead. Yeah, tell us something about the background with this problem.
Okay. So work-life balance refers to an individual's ability to establish a routine that enables them to juggle between work and other obligations. It is very important to balance work and life. Work and life for employee job satisfaction in any area. Yeah. Statement of problem. Poor work-life balance is a problem that puts employees' performance, well-being, and organizational performance at serious risk. Many workers frequently struggle to strike a balance between their social life and their work obligation, and that's why I am focusing on this topic for my research.
Here I need to ask you, okay?
Okay, sir.
Just tell me, who is the scholar in MBA itself from GCI who has already done this topic, this work-life balance?
Work-life balance?
Yeah. There is two graduates.
Recent graduates?
Yeah, they have added this work-life balance, the knowledge, resource knowledge.
Yeah, work-life balance and
No.
retention. They have
No.
done on employee retention.
No.
On the
They have done on the work-life balance, okay? I was the supervisor. And it is in the archive of GCI.
I don't know, sir. I would refer to them.
Then review. First of all, this topic is lavishly done, dear Sneha. Okay? It has been massively addressed, work-life balance. People talking about work-life balance of the women in the schools and then, women in the cooperatives and then female workers in the banks. Yeah. So please, let's not go with this. Okay? Think about next. Okay. Your topic has to be changed. And then which segment of the work-life balance you want to have, that also you have to refine.
I've refined, sir. Actually, I've refined.
Tell me which segment. Then I can suggest you the area, which area you should go. Tell.
Sir, actually, under work-life balance, I've taken 4 variables: flexible working hour, family support, organizational culture, and employees' well-being.
It is the same thing everyone's doing now. Let's not do that, okay?
Okay, sir.
So sorry. Please.
You.
Yeah?
Yes,
change your topic.
Okay.
Change your topic. Next one. Galmu. No. Rabindra Basnet. Rabindra is there? After this. Okay, Galmu, come.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected teacher and all the presented over here. First of all, it's me, Galmu Dolma, a student of MBA from Global College, batch 2021, fall intake. The topic of my presentation is factor impacting profitability of development banks in Nepal. Background of study. Bank is one of the most significant sector of financial system in most of the countries, according to SEN 2013. Bank plays a critical role of promoting growth of economic by mobilizing saving and using a mobilized saving in financial, the most productive sector of economy. Al-Hazdal, according to 2014. Statement of problem. Most of the studies were conducted abroad found a negative relationship between profitability and leverage. According to Castro to 1986.
Okay. May I request you to stop here. Please reflect on the literature. First of all, 1987. They confirmed the combinations, they confirmed the correlation, they confirmed the regression, they also found the accountability. But what is happening now, we don't know from the literature. See, that is too old literature. Then any latest literature, can you show me?
Latest 2005.
Even, look, even in 2005, that was before the economy, the crunch started, economic crunch started. So how, we want to understand, even from that, scenario, we cannot connect that scenario with the 2023 years scenario. Understand that. So this is too old literature, first of all. Next one, okay, based on that problem, if you want to have a departure, again, you will be somewhere, you will be facing the problem, not me.
Okay, sir.
So, let's go back to the topic again. What is the topic?
Factor impacting profitability of development.
Profitability has been researched, okay?
Yeah, sir, but not in, I think.
You want to say development banks?
Yeah, I have found lots of it's research according to profitability in the commercial bank and
Not
insurance.
Then okay. Is that the only logic you want to have, and then that's why you want to go for development banks?
Yeah, and also variables are also different.
Like, which literature? Who's saying different variables?
No, I mean I have taken a different variable from the.
For example?
Long-term debt, short-term, and total debt. Yeah.
These are the variables of the profitability, of course. Financial analysis are done with them only. Okay, you can go with this topic. Clear?
Okay, sir.
But for the conceptual framework, before you jump onto that solution, you please pass through the journey which Dr. Vidya suggested. What did she say? First, review properly. Okay? Review. To come down to development banks in Nepal, what they are facing regarding profitability, what they are facing, we don't know. Okay? We might be misguided by understanding that the development banks are not having profitability, or something is accountable for the profitability, or long-term debts, or something like that. Clear? That's the suggestion. Topic, you can go with.
Yeah.
Topic, okay. Fine?
Okay, sir.
For the precision, conceptual framework, I mean to say that. Before you say long-term debt or this and that, please go through the literature which must be latest 2015 onwards.
Okay.
2015 to 2023. Not below.
Okay, sir.
That's the suggestion. You can leave now.
Thank you, sir.
Topic fine, okay? Lalita Nipane done, right? And Ravindra? Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is me, Ravindra Vasnet, GCI student. The topic for today's presentation is customer buying behavior towards organic food.
Sarojji, slides.
Yeah, next slide.
Is that the topic?
Yes, sir.
Consumer buying behavior
towards organic food. Consumer buying behavior towards organic food.
Then? Nothing?
No.
Okay. You have to rework on topic first of all. How will you?
I plan to work on certain area like.
Then mention there, okay? Organic food, which organic food, what type of organic food you talking about? Okay, it's a vegetable is also organic food. Or you talking about the lentils, or you talking about the beans, or you talking about the grains, or you talking about the organic meat, food, first of all. So then not only that, organic food companies, organic food market, organic suppliers. Okay, go ahead, let's see what you bring next.
Next slide, please. Next. Next.
Okay, speak something here.
So organic food consumption is rapidly increasing nowadays. Customer wants to buy organic food because of their lifestyle, environment, and health benefit. So lately, people have awakened and accounted the fact that food product needs to be grown naturally without chemicals and pesticides. Because, for example, if you see we take meal 3 to 4 times a day, that means we must be well aware that whether it is healthy or not. So next slide, please.
Hold on. You are speaking nowadays, right? People are opting to have organic food nowadays. But your literature is coming from 1991.
So it's running like organic food means.
Sorry. You can't have that argument, okay? I'm not here to listen to that sort of thing. Give me the right answer.
I didn't get your question.
My question is, you said nowadays, right? You are researching in 2023. Whereas you are bringing examples or the findings from 1991, 2009, and then over the 2 decades time and 3 decades time, lots of things so much changed. Organic has become even, chemicalized. Chemicalized has been organic, something like that. Do you have any recent literature, 2021 at least, or 20, regarding organic food demand and supply?
I took the reference from 1991 to 2017, I think latest. Like I picked some random dates.
So we would like to have recent demand and supply, how this is evolving, if you want to research this. And next thing, which area you want to go for? Organic food.
I want to go for my hometown, Italy.
Right there. Okay. Demand, what is factors influencing consumer behavior towards the organic food? Okay. Maybe a case of eatery or perspective from what kind of economy, like out of Kathmandu Valley area eatery, something like that. But then again, not that, digestive disease. First of all, you have to be grounded on the literature. You are not clear on it. People are attracted towards buying organic food. It's a layman understanding. Everyone knows that. Everybody has this knowledge.
Maybe they are not well.
No. First review. Have patience. Okay. Be passionate to review lots of literatures. Like, what is the concept behind this organic, how consumer behavior is attracted, induced by this? Okay, which are the elements into that? Only biological factors, medical factors, or something else? Or monetary factors?
No, I've pointed out price, personal interaction, convenience, and product.
No. Not like that. Your literature has to give you. You please review literature 2015 to 2021 or 2. Then are they speaking that? Are they also bringing the finding, insights about interaction, convenience, price, this and that, or not? That we have to see. If they are speaking, what dimension they are touching upon, and that's why they are speaking, how their finding has come. Then only you will have a departure, okay, this is not actually covered by these research papers or these researchers, and that's why I really want to do research on this organic food.
No, like reviewing all the research, I found out that they have not done.
You have found from the old literature. Understand my point?
Yeah, okay. No. Like they have not done in development country, like they have done the research in developed country.
That may be another thing, but you will have plenty of literature on that. Okay. Please review. Okay, explore online nowadays. You have the e-library as well with GCI. Yeah. Okay. And this consumer behavior, this research has been influenced a lot. It has been done by our students. They find it very easy to do. However, you are coining up, specifying organic food. Okay, let's see how this sector is working. We would like to see. Might be inspiring. Anyway, so, partially your topic is acceptable, but not on this current scenario, current situation. Okay, you need to customize it. You need to make it more precise and make it more grounded on the literature, which should be very, very relevant literature and today's literature, not the past one. Clear? Topic? You can go with this, organic food, consumer behavior. You can go with, but sector, specification, new literature. Then conceptual framework. Anybody left? Okay, so we are also tired here. Thank you so much for being with us. And those people, please, MBA graduates, you try to abide by the comments from Dr. Bidya and also the instructions that I have passed on to you here. Thank you so much. Would like to see you tomorrow. Thank you everyone, my team, GCI team. Yeah, and volunteers. Very much dedicated volunteers. Thank you so much.